I know lives could be.
Test, 1, 2, test, 1, 2.
Testing.
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I changed to the Verizon network. Oh, sorry. Can't give out free advertising.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Toman and Brett Burris here on the campus of South Columbus High School as the Trojans of Green Sea Floyd travel up 701 to take on the South Columbus High School Stallions. Brett, once again, Friday night, and once again, we're here at South Columbus. And South Columbus with a winnable game here tonight against a Green Sea Floyd team. It's going to show just how much the Stallions have grown this season.
Yeah, their first game of the year was a really close game, and I think the Stallions came out on the losing side of that, and Coach Storms feels that her team has grown enough to where, she should have a good chance to win this game. But I know Tracy Keenest from Green Sea really well. Good basketball coach. I'm sure he's going to have a lot of his girls ready, and I'm sure they're a lot better than they were the last time they played South Columbus.
Okay, Brad, chance, you don't want to say that it's a barometer game for South Columbus, but, obviously not looking, for playoff seeding. You're not looking about championships right now. If you're South Columbus, what are the keys they're going to show that you've grown this year?
Well, I think one of the biggest keys is how you handle the pressure. Full court press. I'm thinking that Coach Keenest will probably come out tonight in some kind of full court pressure, and how well South Columbus adapts to that's probably going to be key to the basketball game. And we've noticed, over the last couple of games we've called South, they've done a pretty good job with breaking the press, but not really being able to score off of it. So we'll see tonight if they can score off of beating the press.
Now, we've been assured by Robbie Lee that the lids have been taken off the basket, so looking for a little bit of offensive fireworks tonight, I think.
Well, I'm sure that's probably what all Mr. Lee did today at school was probably work on those baskets a little bit, try to open them up a little bit for both teams. But, I'm expecting a really good basketball game here. This is a border rivalry. It's only, 10, 15 miles apart from each other. These kids know each other. And it's a lot more of kind of a pride game. And, the South Carolina-North Carolina rivalry, even though we have a good rivalry with Loris, that rivalry with Green Sea is pretty big too. And we're trying to actually schedule more games with Green Sea. We actually this week just scheduled a boys tennis game with Green Sea coming up in about 2-3 weeks. So, adding Green Sea to the schedule is going to, bring these communities a little closer together.
Hard as it is to believe, we're almost to spring sports. You're looking at next week being the end of the Three Rivers Conference season. You've got the conference tournament the week after. And it's almost boys tennis and baseball and softball time, Brett.
It is. I had the winter season off, and it's flown by. And we actually start tennis this Wednesday coming up. So, whatever the weather is, we're going to be out there, cold, hot, whatever. I think it's actually supposed to warm up. So, we're excited about a good season here in the spring at South Columbus with our baseball and our tennis and softball. And
now, I'm not going to put you on the spot, especially since you kind of told me a half-truth last fall.
Okay.
You told me that the girls' tennis team, is going to be brand new this year. It's going to be kind of a learning year for you, and you ended up going deep in the state playoffs.
Yeah.
Can you give us a little heads up on the boys' team?
Well, I can only look at what we lost from last year. We lost our number 2 player, Evan Cribb. And, I got a couple of guys that, that's been working hard, going to try to move up. But our conference is tough in boys. Whiteville was really good, and East Bladen's really good, and neither one of those lost a lot. So it's going to be a battle for that top position. It's just whoever comes out on top.
All righty. Just 1 minute to game time. We're going to send you down in just a few seconds to Stallion Public Address. Brett, really quick, you got about just a minute. Can you tell us a little bit about where you've been the last couple of days?
Oh, I've been at the North Carolina Senior Beta Club Convention, and Abby Stanley represents South Columbus really well. She ran for president of the North Carolina Beta Club. She didn't pull it out, but she did a great job, and she represents South Columbus. And I look to see good things out of Abby Stanley, and I look forward to seeing the things she's going to get accomplished in life. And, hey, it was an eye-opening experience for me. These kids are really into their Beta Club, and I really enjoyed it. It gave me the opportunity to see other things besides, balls bouncing and balls being hit.
Tell me a little bit about, tell the folks a little bit about Beta Club who are not familiar with it.
Well, Miss Zokel and Miss Foley are our sponsors, and Beta Club is basically an achievement group where you got to have good grades, but you also have to have good leadership, good ethics, morals, and things like that. And this group just tries to shape these students into, you know, really good role models and positive, productive citizens.
All righty. We'll send it down to Stallion Public Address for tonight's starting lineups and your national anthem. Tempted to ask you about Iowa.
Please rise for the national anthem. Remove your headgear. All right. Tonight we have the Green Sea Boys Trojan. We're going to get this South Carolina Stallion. The Green Sea Boys lineup. At number 3, we have Michaela Fishberg. At number 5, we have Alyssa Orocho. At number 12, we have Sharonda Johnson. At number 13, we have Brianna Gore. At number 25, we have J.J. Pope. And for your South Columbia Stallion, for the ladies that line up tonight, at number 10, we have Crystal Wilson. At number 20, we have Bella Coleman. At number 24, we have Bree Scott. At number 30, we have Alexis Jordan. At number 32, we have Bethany Lupo. plays basketball.
Okay, those were the dulcet tones of Sergeant Carl Gore, the ROTC instructor here at South Columbus. We'll be talking to him at halftime today, and we will be tipping it up shortly here in South Columbus. Stallions will be moving from right to left. The Trojans will be moving from left to right here in the first half. I believe that's Bella Coleman to jump for South Columbus, number 20.
Look for South Columbus to probably fall back in that traditional 2-3 zone, and probably Green C's probably going to try to pressure the basketball a little bit.
South Columbus and Christy Wilson control the tip. She pushes it up to
Christy, I don't think knew which way to go there.
Got a little bit too far under the basket, I believe. Long pass up the sideline by Greensea. Corralled by number 12. Gets the lead, does not get the fall. Rebounded by Bella Coleman. She looks to outlet the ball to number 30, Alexa Jordan. Jordan with the basketball, bringing it up the center of the court. Wilson in the corner. Back to Jordan. Soft jumper. Off the right rim, no good. Rebounded by Greensea. And number 13, Brianna Gore.
Looks like Trojans are going to try to push the ball up the court to try to score on some fast break opportunities.
Jumper up, no good. Rebounded by Greensea. Taken by South. Christy Wilson pushes the ball up the floor. Wilson in underneath. Lupo not sure what to do. Kicks it out to number 30, Alexis Jordan. She gets the first bucket of the ball game.
Yeah, look for South Columbus to try to go to that high post and kick it out to one of their guards for a wide open shot, and they just hit it right there and they go up 2-0.
Shariana Jordan with Johnson with the basketball. Kicks it around to Alessa Racho. She's pushed by number 32, Bethany Lupo.
Yeah, she big man just came off her feet there. If she just, kept her feet on the ground and just went straight up, she'd have been a lot better defensively. But anytime you get a big man off their feet, it's hard for them to control themselves.
Rojo to the line for the first of 2 free throws.
That was actually Bella Coleman with the foul there, Kevin.
Rojo's first is in and out, no good. 6:35 to go here in the first. Green Sea Floyd leading the Stallions 2-0.
Look for Green Sea to probably put some full court pressure if they can hit this free throw.
And the second is up and good.
Looks like that's what they're doing. Looks like maybe a man pressure.
Wilson with the basketball, takes it across half court. All the way up. Just tipped out by Green Sea and maintains South Columbus.
They broke the press really well there. They just got to the block and Coleman didn't have a passing lane, just threw it out of bounds on Green Sea.
Long inbound to number 24, Bree Scott. Scott looks to control the offense. Kicks it to the corner. Inside and underneath. Shot blocked by Bella Coleman. Green Sea looks like South picking up the pressure a little bit too. Ball kicked up to Rocho. Rocho's three is up. And she called the bank and deposits a three-point shot.
From this angle, I saw it going in, and, hey, that's 3.
I wonder if she called that from down the floor.
Scott dribbling into the double team there in the corner. I'm sure Coach Storm's going to have a little talk with her about that. You need to attack this defense straight on. Don't go to any kind of corners.
Ball into Wilson in the corner. Just a bit long on the pass, and they'll go over to Green Sea Floyd. 5:50 in the first, 4-2 our score in favor of Green Sea. Green Sea with possession of the basketball.
Looks like South Columbus has dropped back into a 2-3 zone.
It's number 3, Michaela Richburg with the basketball. Richburg to the corner for Orocho. Back to Richburg. Around the corner to Shariana Johnson. In the center to Brianna Gore. Gore picks up her dribble, gets it around to Robin. Quick rebound, up and in and out. Shot no good. Rebounded by South Columbus and number 24, Bree Scott.
Green Sea had a lot of good looks there, just couldn't find the bottom of the basket.
South's having trouble getting the ball past half court. Scott with the basketball. Long pass to Christy Wilson. just a bit too far.
You know, traditionally, you know, 2 or 3 years ago, Green Sea, you know, had a run at the state championship. They actually played in the state championship game. Their girls' basketball has been really good, but they've had a lot lost to graduation, and Coach Keenis is in a big building situation here. I think he told me they had like 3 sophomores and maybe a 7th grader on the floor. Because they can play 7th and 8th graders in South Carolina.
Travel called against Richburg. Stallion Crazies out in force already, Brett. They must have heard you were here.
Yeah, anytime that ball goes over in front of those Crazies, they're going to go, lack of a better word, crazy.
Wilson takes the inbound. She takes it up to the left side. Kicks it back to Bree Scott.
Looks like Green Sea is in a 1-2-2 zone, maybe a matchup zone. Now, if Green Sea goes to that 1-2-2 zone, then that leaves open what South Columbus wants to do. That leaves the middle of the court wide open for their big men. So look for Coach Storms to try to push it to that big man, especially on that 1-2-2 zone.
Bella Coleman gets fouled on the floor, so South will retain possession. Bree Scott looking to inbound underneath. Scott over to Kylie Reeves. Reeves back over to Christy Wilson. Her jumper is up, off the rim, no good. Tied up, and we'll get a help ball.
It's going to go to Green Sea, Kevin.
Green Sea possession. Once again, 4:27 to go here in the first. Green Sea up 4-2. Johnson with the basketball. He'll take it up the center of the floor.
Actually, a pretty good 3 minutes of basketball. Not really a lot of turnovers. Just kids aren't hitting shots.
Gore gets the ball to Richburg. Richburg back to Gore. All the way over to Martin. Tipped out, will stay Green Sea basketball. Martin inbounds to Sheriana Johnson. Underneath to 25, Jaisha Pope. Her shot is blocked, and we're going back the other way.
Good job by Coleman keeping her feet on the ground and playing some good defense, but South Columbus just throws it away there. You know, nobody defend them, just turns around and throws it straight out of bounds. That's the turnovers that Coach Storm, not Coach Storms anymore, but Whitesell has a big problem with.
Okay, quick conference by the officials, I think. Looking, concern on the alignment of the officiating. Johnson with the basketball. She'll take the ball up the center of the court. Inside to Pope. Her jumper up, no good. Rebounded by Martin. Lost out of bounds over to South Columbus.
Looks like both teams are trying to, get it to the free throw line, to get it to the big man, try to work it outside. So, both offenses looks a lot alike.
Bree Scott up the sideline once again.
Run straight into a double team.
Quickly back the other way is Brianna Gore for the deuce. 6-2 our score, 3:29 to go here in the first quarter.
Kevin, how many times have I told you have to beat the press
by
with a pass and with a pass?
Yep.
I mean,
Christy Wilson up the floor. Just a bit long for Bella Coleman. Back to Christy Wilson. Into Bree Scott. Turnaround jumper. No rim. Rebounded by Brianna Gore. Tapped in the corner and nowhere to go is Brianna Gore. And it will go over to South Columbus.
South Columbus surprised them there with a little double team off the missed basket. And it took Green Sea out of their flow a little bit, and South Columbus gets the turnover.
Bree Scott looks to inbound. She gets it to Christy Wilson. Thought about it, pulled it back. Kylie Reeves up with a three. And she hits a three. All of a sudden, we're back to a one-point ball game, 6-5. 2:51 to go.
Kylie Reeves has been a big spark for the South Columbus girls team this year. She's came up and she's actually played a lot of good minutes for Coach Whitesell.
Short jumper by Martin, no good. South Columbus with the rebound. Christy Wilson looks to push the offense. Threads the needle to Bella Coleman, who gets the basketball underneath. Tries to turn around jumper, does not get the foul call. We're going back the other way.
Bella's going to learn that when she gets that ball, she's got to bring it up above her head. When she brings it down to her waist, ball's going to be taken away.
Pope back to Johnson. Does not get the shot to fall. Scrum forward underneath. And
the same team's fighting for it.
And nobody called the travel. Johnson says, thank you very much for the no call. I'll take the bucket. It's now 8-5. Got a foul call in the corner. That's LaQuasia Martin picking up the foul. A little bit too handsy there, with the ball going past half court. I know that's something you've talked a lot about, fouls away from the basket, especially half court or further.
Yeah, that's not the kind of foul you want if you Coach Keenest. Girls just reaching there and, away from the basket, not a good foul.
Okay, Christy Wilson with the basketball around the ankle. Long range three, does not fall. Bree Scott with the rebound. Tipped around. Bree Scott somehow gets her own rebound. Kicks it over to Christy Wilson. Inside to number 32, Bethany Lupo. Lupo with the basketball. Kicks it over to Bree Scott. Jumper up, no good. Rebounded by number 5, that's Alyssa Rocho. Just a bit too many steps by Rocho, and we'll go back the other direction.
She did a good job, just got a little bit out of control there. Couldn't hold her pivot foot when she tried to stop there. Coach Keenest wants his team to, be able to set up in an offense and, try to work on the things that they work on in practice. And if they can get settled down, they can probably, get a couple of baskets. But just seems a little bit out of rhythm right now.
Kaylee Etheridge checking in for South Columbus. Ball goes to Etheridge. She'll try the right side. Kicked over to Christy Wilson.
Green Sea still in that 1-2-2. Looks like a little matchup zone.
Foul called on the bottom. Bethany Lupo struggling for all the world to try to get around. I think she was held underneath. Foul called.
I think that's going to be on Lupo. I didn't see it, Kevin. I'll have to watch it tonight on film.
No, they changed it up. It was.
Oh, okay.
That was Alexia Carter with a foul.
Okay, all right.
Quickly from the foul line, jump shot, no good. Rebounded by Green Sea. They'll look to push the other way. Number 12, Shariana Johnson with the basketball. She tries the right corner, no dice. She'll try it again. Christy Wilson's right there. Just a bit too long in the pass, and they go over to South Columbus. Brett, notice South Columbus really trying to work the right side of that offense. Do you think maybe swinging the ball, maybe a skip pass would work here?
Well, yeah, you want to work the basketball around so that that high post can come open. As long as you're forcing it to one side, it doesn't allow that high post to become open.
Yes, and look up with the basketball, spinning around and around, and we'll go back the other way. South Columbus looks to try to get the ball on the post, has not been able to at this point. And I think that's, the real struggle. Can they get the ball on the post and take the pressure off those jump shooters? Okay, number 12, Shariana Johnson with the basketball. Just under 40 seconds to go here in the first. Green Sea leading 8-5. Rocho around to Richburg. Underneath, soft teardrop layup, no good. Tipped out, and it'll stay with Green Sea Floyd. 28.8 to go here in the first quarter.
They ran a play that Coach Keenest called in, had a wide open shot. She just missed it.
The best laid plans, my friend. Long inbound, three-point bank, no good. Rebounded by Green Sea, and that's number 23, Shania Richburg. Richburg over to Johnson, back to Richburg. Drops the ball underneath to Jai Pope, has it stolen by number 32, Bethany Lupo.
Seems like Green Sea's working the right side a lot also. So both these teams, need to work on both sides of the court.
Wilson with a long range three, just off the rim, no good. We got a push underneath with 1.7 to go. It'll be South Columbus basketball.
Coach Weitzel calling in a inbounds play. You got 1.7 seconds left. You want to try to score quick off this inbounds play. Probably a double pick.
All the way out. Long range three is up. No good. And that'll be our score at the end of one. Green Sea Floyd, the Trojans, leading South Columbus 8-5.
/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Meet Ingrid, fiery spirit carrying grandma, proud trucker.
I've logged more than 4 million miles in my truck. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. I was driving outside of Ohio when a gentleman stopped suddenly in front of me. But it takes my 80,000-pound truck 200 yards to stop. I'd given myself extra room, but it's not a chance worth taking.
It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov. Meet Ed, movie buff, animal lover, safe driver.
5 years of driving an ambulance teaches you a thing or two. If people knew what I know, lives.
Okay, Brett, 1 quarter in the books there. And if you're South Columbus, how do you work the ball into that post?
Well, I think they're getting it to the post, but what happens when they get it to the post, Green Sea's defense just collapses and, and pretty much takes it from the big men from South Columbus. Big men from South Columbus need to, get the ball up high because they do have the height advantage, and then work on that pivot foot and turn and pivot and try to get an outlet pass to, back to a guard. But the biggest thing is keeping the ball up and establishing a pivot foot. And the big men from South Columbus just haven't been able to do that. Okay, South Columbus with possession to start the second quarter. They are moving from right to left on your radio dial. Green Sea moving from left to right. Kylie Reeves with the basketball up the top of the court. Kicks it over to Alexis Jordan. Jordan tries to force the pass, has it stolen by number 12. Well, see, working one side of the court, Kevin. You got to go left, right, left, right.
Long range three by Orocho, and she gets it to fall. 11-5 our score, 7:32 to go here in the second quarter. Gets the ball stolen from her, but she rolls over and causes the walk to stay with South Columbus.
Green Sea's looking to turn up the pressure on South Columbus, see if they can, get a turnover and score an easy basket.
All the way into number 21, Laney Cribb. She gets the ball back to Kylie Reeves. Reeves in the jam in the corner. Ball got given to Bree Scott. Scott drops it off underneath to Alexis Jordan. Her jumper up, no good. Tapped out of bounds by Green Sea. It'll stay with South Columbus.
Again, South Columbus did a good job of breaking the press there, just weren't able to score off of it.
Long inbound to Kylie Reeves. She'll try the right-hand side.
They're back to that right side over there, Kevin.
Shot by number 35, Ashton Grigsby, is blocked out of bounds, and we'll stay South Columbus basketball. Drives off underneath to number 21, Laney Cribb, kicked out to Kylie Reeves. Her jumper is up and good. 7 minutes to go here in the second quarter. South down 11-7.
Reeves got 5 of South Columbus' 7 points. Doing a great job, but just needs to find another score.
Orocho with another 3. Just off the rim, no good. Bree Scott with the basketball, struggling to keep a hold of it. Alexis Jordan on the floor, could not control the tip. Around the corner is Brianna Gore. Her jumper up, no good. Rebounded by Orocho. Her jumper up, no good. Rebounded by South Columbus. Look to push. Kylie Reeves with the basketball. 2 South Columbus girls struggling for it. And Bree Scott's got the basketball. She kicks it to Alexis Jordan. Jordan looks to balance the floor. We're going back to the right side. Bree Scott tries to force the pass. Has it stolen by number 3, Richburg.
Yeah, Kevin, South Columbus has got to start working both sides of the court. Like you said earlier, they're tearing up that right side and they're not swinging the ball around, and they're not being able to, Green Sea's defense really doesn't even have to move.
Okay, McKaylin Richburg. There's 2 Richburgs, McKaylin number 3 and Janai number 23. So McKaylin Richburg drops the ball underneath to Alyssa Rocho. Ball stolen underneath. Jai Pope looks like was held up. It'll stay Green Sea basketball. .5:53 to go here in the second. Green Sea up 11-7. Ball to Orocho. She'll throw up another 3. Does not get the ball. Orocho will throw it up from anywhere, won't you, Brett?
Well, she's probably their scorer, so coach probably says go ahead and shoot it when you get a wide open shot.
Heads up play. Getting the tap is number 22 for
Etheridge.
South. That's Kaylee Etheridge. Etheridge, right place, right time. Does not get it to fall, but she'll go to the line for 2. I mean, those are plays that don't show up a lot in the scorebook, Brett. But those hustle plays and those hustle players are the ones that really win you ball games.
Yeah, these free throws here are big. You want to make sure that you stay close to the team you're playing.
Etheridge's first doesn't fall. South down 11-7, 5:38 to go here in the second quarter. After the second, up off the front rim, rebounded by and nobody as it goes out of bounds. And
Etheridge made a quick hustle out from the free throw line, just couldn't get to it.
She is one of those hustle ball players. I've seen her play a couple times this year. She reminds me of what Franklin Davis would call a Swiss Army knife kind of player. Does everything that's required and, will do anything that she needs to help her team win a ball game. All the way. So strange brother, she's going for the breakaway lip. and the Green Sea Floyd coaching staff is like, excuse me, we were about to score.
Good defense by the clock keeper for South Columbus. Daryl Spivey tonight. He's taking David Marlowe's spot.
3 up, no good. Rebounded by number 22, and that's Kaylee Etheridge. Long range 3. Nope, no good. Rebounded by Bree Scott.
Neither team can find the bottom of the basket, Kevin. Both teams are struggling from the field.
Ashton Grigsby drives the lane, kicks the ball out to the corner, gets it stolen. Bit of a scrum here in the last couple of seconds.
Nice crossover by 5.
Alyssa Rocha with a crossover. Does not get the hoop, but she does get the harm, and she'll go to the line for 2. Like you said, Arocho with quite a few points today. Only 11 points on the scoreboard for Green Sea, but I think she's accounted for about 5 or 6 of them.
South Columbus look to get some fresh legs into the game.
Arocho's first is up and good.
It's like four South Columbus players checking in.
That's one thing about Megan Winslow I've noticed. She's very willing to go to her bench, and she plays about 7, 8, 9 deep.
She is trying to build for next year. A lot of freshmen and sophomores on her team.
Rocha's second doesn't fall. 12-7 her score. 5 minutes to go here in the first half. Wilson with the basketball. She'll bring it up for South Columbus. Kicked around to Alexis Jordan. Michaela Ridgeburg jumps the pass, double dribbles. But I think what you're starting to see now, Brett, is Green Sea is seeing what we're seeing, and they're starting to jump that entry pass to the right.
Yeah, just South Columbus way too many turnovers now.
Kylie Reeves with the basketball. Taking her time bringing up across half court. Ball over to Maddie Watson. Back to Kylie Reeves. She's going around the right corner. I thought to Christy Wilson. Thought about it before she pulled it back. Bethany Lupo with the basketball. Kicks it over to Kylie Reeves. Reeves is up. Off the rim, no good. Rebounded by number 25.
Good takeaway by Coleman. Green Sea gets it back.
Number 12, Shariana Johnson with the layup and the deuce. Green Sea up 14-7, 4 minutes to go here in the first half. Christy Wilson with the basketball. Kicks it over to Kylie Reeves. Loses control, gets it back. Kick back to Christy Wilson, so we have to reset the offense. Inbound entry pass is tied up. Heads up play by Arocho, and she ties up number 32, Bethany Lupo.
Again, catching the basketball and bringing it to your knees, that's not going to be good. Big men, you get the basketball, you just get strong and you get wide, and to keep people from going in and, and locking you up on a jump ball. Coleman open backside.
Rebound by South Columbus. Another jump shot up, no good. Rebounded by Green Sea Floyd. Travel call, and they'll go back over to South Columbus. Brett, South has had a number of opportunities to cut into this lead. What do they need to do to bring this thing closer?
You're getting the shots. You probably want to tell your kids, look and banking off the backboard, do something. But you got to be soft with those shots, and those are the ones you need to score off of, those opportunities.
Christy Wilson with the basketball. It goes back to what we talked about last week when I talked to the South Columbus coaching staff. They said we're doing everything right. We just got to put the ball in the basket.
And again, one thing I see of South Columbus, they're still right side heavy. You got to work the whole court.
Dribbles off her foot as Arocho, and they'll go over to South Columbus. 14-7 our score. South Columbus down. 3:15 to go here in the first half, Brett.
The turnovers starting to mount on both sides. The first 3-4 minutes of the game weren't a lot of turnovers, but now maybe fatigue setting in or whatever, and the turnovers are starting to mount for both sides.
Wilson looks to inbound the basketball. Throws it right over to Green Sea Floyd. Underneath, layup up, no good. South Columbus tapping it around, but right back to Green Sea. Unfortunately, Maddie Watson with the trip, and Green Sea will be on the floor with the foul.
Neither team can just quite get a handle on the basketball here.
I think very definitely, as you said, need to get it under control right now. I think both teams are kind of a little out of control. Quickly, Brianna Gore with a jump shot, no good. Christy Wilson with the basketball, moving from right to left. Wilson kicks it over to Maddie Watson. Watson with her back to the defense. Kicks it to the corner to Christy Wilson. Her three is up, no good. Rebounded by South Columbus. Kylie Reeves. Reeves tries the baseline, no dice. Trapped in the corner. Somehow Wilson gets the basketball around the basket, up no good. Tied up underneath, and we will have a possession, Green Sea Floyd. Yeah. Once again, Green Sea's had their opportunities, Brett. I mean, they've had as many opportunities as South, and they can't put the ball in the bucket either.
Yeah, I mean, just poor shooting both teams. And like Coach from Green Sea was telling me that they've had a hard time putting the ball in the basket. I think he said there was something like 6 for 47 against a team the other night, and going 6 for 47 is just a coach's nightmare.
And it's for reasons like that you're up here in the booth with me, right? Yeah. Kylie Reeves with the basketball. Tips it over to Christy Wilson. Wilson looks to bring the ball up and start the offense. Chris crossing back. Gets the ball over barely to Maddie Watson. Watson tries the lane, gets tripped, and the foul will be on the floor. It'll be South Columbus basketball. 2:03 to go here in the first half. South Columbus down 14-7. We will talk to Sergeant Carl Gore at halftime, Brett. He is the ROTC instructor here at South Columbus.
Carl Gore's a good guy. I've talked with him for many years. Very personal guy, do anything for you. South Columbus lucky to have him.
Layup up, no good. Tipped out of bounds. Rebounded by number 22, Kaylee Esper. She couldn't get her jump shot to fall. Reeves quickly cuts off the layup opportunity. Rebound by Green Sea. Jump shot up, no good. Rebound controlled by Green Sea. Layup up, no good. Second chance shot is fouled. And number 42, Alexia Carter, will go to the line for two. Just one too many opportunities at the basketball, Brett.
Yep. Coach Keenest and his team is getting shots, but they're just not falling. And it looks like that Green Sea's, going back to that, that poor shooting that they've had, all throughout the year. And Coach Keenest, works hard on shooting, and, he's just trying to get them better.
Carter gets the first one to fall, 15-7 our score. Sometimes I think you get too far into your head, Brett. And how do you just let it fly and not worry about it? I mean, can you shoot yourself out of a slump?
Well, basketball has changed so much lately. We used to be a lot more in control than, what we are today. We're more of an up and down team. Girls basketball is more an up and down, but, the kids just don't shoot as much anymore. Back in the day, kids would go outside and shoot, but now kids are, they got a cell phone and they're shooting on the cell phone, if you know what I mean. Just the pure shooting is just not there for kids these days.
Shania Richburg gets fouled, she'll go to the line for two. How much of that is, really needing good, not only good middle school programs, first one up, no good, but how much is, is there a need for rec basketball and these kids to, be with a basketball in their hand, playing rec league, USSSA, AAU?
Yep. Well, in this area, a lot of the girls tend to focus on softball a lot, and they don't focus a lot on basketball. And there's not a lot of travel teams and stuff like that. There's just not the opportunities there.
Bree Scott, soft jumper from the free throw line is up and good. I mean, Brett, we talked about this a lot. I mean, a lot of these two-way schools, a lot of these girls play multiple sports. How hard is that to, work with a girl who you can't really, get her when she's out of season because she's playing something else?
Yeah, well, back when I used to coach, I'm not going to say I made it mandatory, but my softball players played basketball. And we've got a lot of softball players now that are not playing basketball that probably could help this team an awful lot. But, girls are starting to just focus on, one sport instead of playing 2 and 3 sports. And, I'm a firm believer in, playing as many sports as possible.
Wilson with the basketball and bounds it to Bree Scott. She's fouled. She'll go to the line for two. Looks like they called that actually on the floor, Brett.
It's got to be close to a 1-and-1.
25.2 to go. South Columbus down 15-9. Both teams had their opportunities to manufacture some offense, Brett.
Hey, I tell you what, South Columbus needs to consider themselves lucky to be only down 6 points because Green Sea has outplayed them. And Green Sea's had the opportunity with some good shots to extend this lead to double digits, but it just hadn't happened. And credit that to South Columbus's defense.
Underneath the Christy Wilsons cannot get the jump shot up. Trapped underneath is Green Sea Floyd. 18 seconds to go here in the first half. Long range pass for Janiyah Richburg. Gets a hold of it. Does not get the jumper to fall. Rebounded by Christy Wilson. 10 seconds to go. Ball tapped out of bounds by Green Sea, and it will be South Columbus basketball. Looks like Wilson hobbling a little bit.
7.4 seconds left to go on the clock. South Columbus, is aware of that, and they're going to try to get it up the court really fast.
Inbounded to Kaylee Etheridge. Etheridge over to Bree Scott, to Kylie Reeves. 2 seconds. Long range three, just off the rim. Our score at the end of one half. Green Sea Floyd, the Trojans 15, South Columbus 9. We'll be right back after some brief words from our sponsors with Sergeant Carl Gore from South Columbus High School ROTC and second half action here on 89.9 WZCO.
Teammates, coaches, referees, and other fans. What kind of lesson do you want me to learn? I'm watching.
Sportsmanship, together we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Meet Ingrid.
Okay, I am back here with Sergeant Carl Gore with the South Columbus High School ROTC program. Sergeant Gore, tell us a little bit about your program. First, how you came to be in the military and your experiences in the military, then how you came to South Columbus.
Well, I was originally from Green Sea Floyds High School, actually, before I attended high school yet. And after high school, I went to workforce for a couple of years, and the job force was not that strong and not that great, so I decided to join the military at the age of 22. And I spent 24 years in the military, going through the ranks of Sergeant First Class, where I currently hold.
Okay, so you come to South Columbus, and I know you came in as not the senior officer, but very quickly you assumed that role. Talk to us a little bit about the South Columbus High School ROTC program and the opportunities for a student at South Columbus as part of your program.
Okay, it's a great program we have here at South Columbus High School. We offer a lot of opportunity for a young student, a young cadet to take advantage of. We offer a lot of leadership, a lot of skills they can use in the military and also in the workforce. We don't just focus on the military, we focus on life skills, something that the individual can use either or in the military or in the workforce as well. We got from grade 9 through 12 in our program. In the last several years, I have noticed that the trend of students going to the military has inclined. So it's been doing real well. So the program is doing great as far as promoting the military to young students, and a lot of them have really took advantage of the opportunity of being in the program.
And I know back in the day there used to be that stigma with ROTC, it's just a boys thing. I've noticed a lot of the young ladies in your program work their way into leadership positions.
Yes, matter of fact, most of our young ladies in the program do outstanding. There we have most of our females in the program don't mind working and stepping up to the plate to take the leadership position. So that's why you see a lot of our females on the color guard and out front doing great things, because they don't mind stepping up to the challenge when it comes to that leadership position.
Now, I noticed, you mentioned a lot of opportunities. I know you have a number of teams, I know you have your Raider team and other things. Talk to us a little bit about some of the different types of opportunities that are available.
Yeah, once you come to the program, we have the Raiders team, which is mainly all about fitness, doing competition during the events. Then we have the color guard, which do a lot of performance for high school football and other special events that we have within the school during the school program. Then we have other events, and Vore has drill team. We have marching. We have unarmed drill competition. We have armed drill competition. We have individual drill competition. We have squad, and we have company drill competition, where we get the cadets trained enough that we go out to different high schools and compete for trophies and other accolades that they have out there for the cadets.
As a former middle school principal, I know it's getting to be about that time. We're starting to do the 8th grade tours. If you had the opportunity to talk to a young man or a young lady from Williams Township, Nakina, or Tabor, tell me a little bit about why should I think about ROTC when I get to South Columbus High School?
It's going to instill a lot of discipline in you or in that individual, and it would give them, teach them confidence they could use throughout their high school. And I think it'd be a great opportunity that every freshman should take the program or should get into the program, because they would teach them a lot of discipline, a lot of skills they would need, and will help them stay focused in their other classworks as well.
Having been at South Columbus as an assistant principal also, I noticed that, cadets come in and there's a structure there and there's familiarity there, and there's something to belong to when they get to South Columbus. And they come into high school not by themselves. There's a structure in there. And one of the things I know you're proudest of is the academic part of what your ROTC program is. And looking at the principal's list and the honor roll for South Columbus, I see a lot of your cadets on there.
That's correct. That's correct. And like I said, you mentioned structure. That's one thing that I really harp on is structure. It's kind of difficult at first with the students getting used to my style, because a lot of times cadets and students don't have that structure that they need or they're used to. So in the beginning it's a little uncomfortable, but once they see where I'm headed to and what direction I'm going into it, and I can get them to buy into my madness, they really realize and come back and tell me, Sergeant Gore, I thank you for your hard and your strong discipline that you instilled in me and that structure you gave me, and they end up going to the military and they come back and say, now I see what you're talking about. I see why you're on my case so much.
And I'll tell you, you and I have been friends for a long time, back to when I was at South Columbus, and I can tell you, if you're interested in ROTC, not only talk to Sergeant Gore, but, he's the kind of person that will give you the shirt off his back. Brett Burris actually was singing your praises here a little bit in the first half, said he's one of those guys that not only goes above and beyond for his students and his ROTC students, but for the school of South Columbus.
That's true. And I love all my cadets. Like I said, I treat them like they're my own kids, and I really would give them a shirt off my back. I do anything for them. I show them love, and sometimes I show them tough love. But I show them love, and I give them love, and I hope that love I give them will continue to stay with them throughout their life.
Not to put you on the spot, though, I know you are a Green Sea alum here. So who are you rooting for tonight?
May the best team win.
All right.
Yeah, the best team win.
Now, did you play back when you were in Green Sea?
No, I did not. I was a hard worker. Didn't have time for sports. I was mainly in the workforce, so I never played any kind of sports when I was coming up. It was all about work.
All right, Sergeant Carl Gore with the South Columbus ROTC. Thank you very much, sir.
And thank you very much.
All righty, we are back with second half action. Brett Burrs and myself. The South Columbus down 15-9. South Columbus will now inbound the basketball, moving from left to right, and Green Sea will be moving from right to left. Bree Scott looks to inbound the basketball.
Had a chance to talk with Coach Keenest at halftime. He said, if we could make a layup, we'd probably could extend this game. And I said, you're right. I said, you've had plenty of opportunities, but that's why he's focusing on at halftime, shooting by his team.
Jordan Shaw jumper up, no good. Rebounded by Green C. Green C looks to push in the person of Brianna Gore. Gore does not make the layup, but she does get fouled to go to the line.
Green C coming out aggressive, trying to run fast break to get some easy baskets, see if it can transfer over to the free throw line.
Brianna Gore looks to shoot 2. Gore's first is up. Rolls around.
Kevin, I don't want to say it, but I don't think Robbie Lee took those lids off that basket today like he said he would.
Now, we've asked him twice. Second one falls, and it's 16-9. We will be send your cards and letters, care of Robbie Lee at South Columbus High School.
What did I tell you, Kevin? I said, when your team's not shooting good, you take a little bit of air out of the basketball. That way it don't bounce as high. Got a better chance of going in. So, maybe we need to halftime take a little bit of air out of the ball for both teams. Not to call me the Brady scandal or anything like that. Was it Deflategate?
Yep. Rebounded by number 5, Alyssa Rocho. Her jumper up no good. Rebounded by Bethany Lupo. Foul 90 feet from the basket against Green C. It'll be South Columbus basketball. Green C looking to press. Kicked over to Alexis Jordan. Jordan takes the dribble. She'll move the ball to the floor to Bree Scott. Bree Scott down the center of the floor. She throws up a soft jumper, partially blocked. Tied up underneath, and no call. And Green C will take the basketball. McKaylin Richburg's jumper up, no good. Smacked out the sky is number 12, Sheriana Jordan. And I can tell you, young ladies from South Columbus were having none of that.
Yeah, sometimes I call that. I believe that was a first down because it looked like a football play there. But anyway, great block by Bella Coleman.
McKaylin Richburg looks inbound the basketball. Gets it up. 3 up off the corner, no good. Rebounded by Bethany Lupo.
Lupo did a good job of getting the basketball and bringing it up above her head there.
Jordan pushed the ball up to Bree Scott. Scott gets the ball under control. Double dribbles and they'll go over to Green C. 6:56 to go here in the third. Green C up 16-9.
That's what you call OOC, Kevin.
Out of control,
That's
my brother.
Exactly right. Know your roles. I know Coach Storms works on a fast break offense. It's called the Stallion drill, where you want to have a 1-on-2 or a 2-on-1, and just South Columbus haven't been able to cash in on those.
Bree Scott bringing the ball at the floor. Down to the corner. It's Kylie Reed. She's trapped in the corner. Nowhere to go with the basketball, stolen by Green C. Back and forth we go, and Alyssa Rocha with the ball carrying the right side. Shakes off the defender, tries to go up the center. Kick the ball to Janae Pope. Jumper up, no good, gets her own rebound. Green C with multiple shots
there
to
we
the
go.
basket. Green C with multiple shots to the basket, and Shuriana Johnson finally gets it to fall.
See if South Columbus can get in the books here.
Bethany Lupo with the basketball. She'll look to drive the lane. Pulls
That's a
up.
walk.
Just a bit too many steps.
Yeah, she picked up that pivot foot there, drug it a little bit.
Kaylee Etheridge checking in for South Columbus. Green C up 18-9, 5:45 to go here in the third quarter. Over to Johnson. Stolen by South Columbus.
Yeah, the big man put the ball on the court, on the floor. Not supposed to do that, and just knocked away. Good defense by Bree Scott.
Tell me, Brett, what drills can you as a coach do to help your girls understand that concept?
Well, back when I coached, we broke kids up into big men drills and guard drills, and we worked hard on drop steps and pivots and things like that for the big men. And we always put bags on the big men, just try to show some kind of contact. Just over and over, just feeding drills, and eventually over time, it pays off.
Once again, South Columbus facing pressure as they look to inbound the basketball. Kylie Reed's around the left side. Kicks the ball to the center, back to Bree Scott. down to Kaylee Etheridge, actually has it tapped out of bounds and still maintain possession.
South Columbus fortunate to fight through 2 double teams there.
Bree Scott looks to inbound the basketball. Tipped on the inbound by number 20. Look, he's Martin and Green Sea with the basketball. Shariana Johnson gets it underneath. She kicks it to Alyssa Rocho. She's fouled on the attempt, and she'll go to the line for 2.
I really don't know why she passed that ball there, Kevin. She had a wide open layup there and decided to give it up. Maybe she thought the defender was close to her.
Hearing footsteps, I believe. Rocho to the line for 2. Her first is up. Does not fall. Rocho toes the line for the second. It's up. Off the back of the rim, no good. Rebounded by South Columbus. Tied up, and we finally get a whistle. And it will be Green Sea Floyd basketball. 5:11 to go here in the third. Green Sea up 18-9. Green Sea has it tapped 2. Gratefully for them, back to themselves. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will be South Columbus basketball. Foul called against Green Sea. Once again, South Columbus will take possession underneath their own the opposing basket.
Now, even though South Columbus is down 9 points, still very much in this basketball game. South Columbus could get hot here, especially if they can beat the pressure and score off of it.
Okay, what pressure is Green Sea throwing against them, and how do they beat it?
But right here, it's just a full man is what it is, full court man pressure.
5-second call, and ball will go back over to Green Sea. There's nothing happening on the offensive end for South Columbus. Shariana Johnson inbound for Green Sea. Gets it over to Taisha Pope. Pope's jumper up and good. 20-9 our score. Just under 5 minutes to go here in the third.
I think that's about the first jump shot Green Sea's had since the 3 that was scored by what's her name at the first, not the first 3 of the game. The rest of them have been underneath trash baskets.
Yep.
That's really the first jumper we've seen in a while. That has fallen.
Can't drag the pivot foot by South Columbus. Ball goes over to Green Sea. Jumper up, no good. Rebounded by South. Bree Scott with the basketball. 4:43 to go here in the third. Scott kicks it over to Kylie Reeves. Trying the left-hand side for the first time in a while. Just cannot dribble it through traffic. Knocked out of bounds, and it will be Green Sea basketball.
One thing I'm seeing a lot by both teams is, these girls will catch the basketball and automatically start dribbling. I've said several times, you got to get in three-point position. Just don't start dribbling. And you have a lot more options.
Nice play by number 20. LaQuaze Martin drives the lane, picks up the quick jump shot for 2. South Columbus trying to get it through traffic. Getting it about the half court is Bree Scott. Reached by number 12, Shariana Johnson. Far away from the basket. Really didn't need to do that.
Playing really good defense until she decided to reach around and try to knock that ball away. Referees are going to call that every time.
I mean, hard to teach these kids to, beat the girl to the spot and, play defense with your feet. Christy Wilson with the basketball. 4 minutes to go here in the third. South down 22-9. Christy Wilson with the ball. Down to Alexis Jordan. Back to Christy Wilson. Jumper up, no good. Harmlessly out of bounds and over to Green Sea Floyd.
Had a good look at the basket. Just didn't get her legs up under there for a good jump shot.
3:45 to go here in the third quarter. Green Sea up 22-9. And both teams had opportunities, Brett, to really kind of put this out of reach.
Yeah, Green Sea is extended a little bit right here. Look, for South Columbus to stop the bleeding a little bit. Looks like Green Sea coach is going to pull it out and try to set up something to try to extend this lead.
Rocho around the corner. Gets it back to Brianna Gore. Jump shot up, no good. Rebounded by Christy Wilson. Wilson looks to take the ball to the center of the floor. Tries to force the pass and has it stolen by Green Sea. And great hustle play by number 35, Ashton Grigsby, steals it back for South Columbus. Tries to get the ball underneath to Maddie Watson, has it tipped away, and it'll stay South Columbus basketball.
South Columbus needs to work a little bit more on 45-degree passes. You know, those 90-degree passes through defenders, you know, really doesn't bode well. You just got to work with your passing lane, especially on your fast breaks.
Changes for Green Sea. Inbound to Ashton Grigsby. Grigsby gets the ball around the corner to Alexis Jordan. Jordan in traffic, gets the ball to Grigsby. Grigsby over to Maddie Watson. Watson trying to dribble through traffic, struggling with it, ties the girl up, and it'll stay South Columbus basketball.
No, just catching the ball and going straight to the dribble usually don't, you know, turn out too well.
Especially in traffic.
There's no rule that says you have to dribble as soon as you catch it.
Grigsby shot blocked right into the hands of number 12, Juliana Johnson.
Good defense getting back, stopping that fast break.
In traffic is number 25, Shay Pope. Pope loses the handle. Christy Wilson with the basketball.
Illegal screen, yeah.
Moving screen called against Maddie Watson. The ball will go over to Green Sea. Can't throw that hip in there, unfortunately, Brett. That screen's got to stay still.
You know, Larry Bird used to do it all the time and get by with it, but, you know, here in, you know, Vinegar Hill, you're probably not going to get by with that.
At least not this week.
Yep. But, hey, smart move by
if you can
Maddie,
get away with it,
I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah. That's sort of basketball knowledge there. Credit her there. She can learn to, you know, set that pick without popping the hip out. That's a good look.
Hands called.
Ooh, other way, going to South Columbus.
Call against Jai Pope. Looks like they called her on the clear out, and we will go the other direction.
Good defense by Maddie Watson that time, causing the turnover. As I said, Maddie Watson, she comes in and gives South Columbus some really good minutes. She's a little spark plug out there on that court.
Christy Wilson muscles away in front of the young lady. Gets the ball across half court. And number 33, Janae Oliver, gets called for just being a little bit too aggressive with the hands with South Columbus basketball near half court. 1:46 to go here in the third. South Columbus down 22-9. Ball into Laney Cribb underneath to Christy Wilson. Does not get the fall. Tied up. Looks like it'll be Green Sea basketball.
Kevin, you remember what I told you last week about running fast breaks, what you don't want to go below?
Mm-hmm.
The bottom block. Christy just got below the bottom block. She turned, was up under the basket, didn't have anywhere to go with it.
It's amazing how easy it seems with fundamentals.
Well, those blocks tell you things on the court. It gives you position, and if you could learn to, you know, use those blocks to your advantage.
Over to number 33, Dajane Oliver. Oliver back to Janiyah Richburg. Richburg across the court. Green Sea got caught for trying to force the pass stolen by South Columbus. Ashton Grigsby drives the lane, gets fouled, should go to the line for two.
In case you didn't know this, that big bottom block on a basketball court, the front of it is actually 45 degrees to the top of the backboard. So, you know, you can use that 45-degree shot when you get on that block. I mean, it's every time.
Grigsby's first is up and no good. Believe me, you heard it here first. That's the first time I've heard that one. That's a $500 Jeopardy question.
Well, if you look at it straight from here, you know, to the backboard or the square on the backboard top, that's a perfect 45-degree angle.
Yes, but I teach language arts, so if I can't conjugate it, it's a bit of a struggle for me with the math.
Or evaporate it. Do you hear the lady talk about they evaporate us all the time?
Yep.
When they said it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I watched some of that, but I spent too much time this week trying to figure out what happened in Iowa, Brett.
Yeah.
Shooter across the line.
Instead of evacuating, they evaporated us. Hey,
whatever works.
It happens sometimes.
Second is no good on the shooter violation. Green Sea with the basketball. Just under a minute to go here in the third. Up 22-9. Around the corner over to number 3, Kayla Richburg. Richburg tries to force the entry pass. Tied up underneath, and we'll go back the other way. South Columbus basketball.
I figured that Coach Keenis there would probably maybe pull it out and, try to go for the last shot with 44 seconds left to go in the third.
Around the corner is number 22, Haley Etheridge. Does not get the layup to fall. South Columbus with another opportunity. Tap back in by South Columbus. We got a walk, and it'll stay South Columbus basketball. 29.4 to go here in the third quarter. Wilson out, jump shot up, under the bucket, no good.
Great save by Etheridge.
Again, hustle play by Etheridge. Trying to dribble out of a double team. Gets the ball at the top of the floor, 17 seconds to go here in the third. Etheridge to Ashton Grigsby, over to Christy Wilson. Back over to Ashton Grigsby, she'll drive the lane, throw up a jumper, no good off the rim.
Kevin, has South Columbus scored this quarter?
I don't believe so. I'm going to check on that.
Yeah, I think that may be a goose egg for South Columbus that quarter. I'm not exactly sure. But
our score at the end of three, South Columbus down 22-9. We'll be back with fourth quarter action in just a few moments.
Of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Okay, Brett Burris, 3 in the books. South Columbus needs some points, and they need them quickly.
Yeah, they just had a hard time trying to get the ball in the basket. I would not bet my life on it, but I think South Columbus laid a goose egg in the third quarter there. Coach Storm's, frantically telling her kids, hey, we need to score. We need to settle down and put it in the basket.
Yep, Coach Witzel, the girls are doing the right things. They're hustling. They just got to put the ball in the bucket. Okay, Shariana Johnson with the basketball.
It's like South's dropped back into 2-3 zone.
South, Green City looking to find that entry pass. Down to the corner to Richburg. Forces it underneath. Not getting it to fall is number 25, Pope.
She had a good move. Just couldn't get it to fall.
Christy Wilson with the ball. Over to Ashton Grigsby. Grigsby back to Wilson. Forced in underneath. Nowhere to go amongst 3 girls. Kicked it back to Wilson. I'll tell you, the minute that ball goes into the low post, credit Green City, they're just collapsing on it. There's just nowhere to go. One too many steps by Maddie Watson. The ball will go over to Green City. 7:12 to go here in the fourth quarter. Green City up 22-9.
Let's just credit the low-scoring game to good defense by both teams.
Or we can blame Robbie Lee, whichever one works.
Yeah.
Richburg
I believe I'd rather blame Robbie Lee on that one.
Richburg very quietly on the baseline, gets the layup to fall, and it's 24-9. Grigsby with the basketball, down to Christy Wilson, over to Kaylee Etheridge. Cannot get the shot up. Great hustle play. Just a bit across the half-court line is Kylie Reeves, and she'll get called for the backcourt violation. I'll tell you, these are the kind of games that make, they age both coaches in this case.
If South Columbus stays back in that zone, look for Green City to just slow it down and pull it out. Looks like what they're doing right now.
If you're South Columbus, how long can you afford to stay in that zone, Brett?
Probably not long, because you're going to have to get some turnovers that leads to points.
Tipped out by number 25, Jai Pope. It'll be South Columbus basketball.
But you know what? As long as Green Sea attacks and misses shots and you get rebounds, heck, stay in it. Let them play into your hands. That's why, I figured Coach Keenest would probably just pull it out, or he thinks he's got this one and maybe wants to work on some stuff for future reference.
Wilson forces the ball underneath to Ashton Grigsby, just off her hands. They'll go over to Green Sea.
Well, probably what I'm going to do as a coach right now, if I see South Columbus in that 2-3, I'm going to sit back and make them come out of that 2-3 before I attack the basket.
Once again, 6 minutes to go here in the game. I would like to say comfortably ahead for Green Sea is, but I really can't say that at this point, Brett.
No, because you never know.
Pope tries to throw up a teardrop, does not fall, goes over to South Columbus.
Again, you're giving the ball back to South Columbus, with only about 10 seconds. Oh, Lord.
Right off of Wilson's leg, and they'll go over to Green Sea.
Sorry, out there, world. Sometimes it just gets a little frustrating.
The old coach comes out of you, Brett.
Oh, man. Whew. I used to be a little bit more vocal than that.
As I recall, the Queen's English was not quite in your vernacular at that point.
Till I got a technical one time for slamming the clipboard down and breaking it. But that was in my old days. I'm a changed man now.
Having daughters has calmed you down quite a bit. I can attest to that.
It has.
Around the corner to Rocha. She throws up a three. Rolls around, does not get the shooter's roll. 7-10 split, and the ball goes over to South Columbus.
We'll give a shout out to the varsity cheerleaders from South Columbus. Ashford Flanor doing a great job with them. They're here out in full force and doing a great job and keeping the crowd into it. And cheerleaders don't get a good shout out a lot of times, but a big part of South Columbus sports is our cheerleading program. We've had one of the best cheerleading programs, in the area for a long time, and Coach Fenor's done a good job. Another turnover by South Columbus there on something.
Violation, stepping across the line on the inbound pass. And with regard to Ashford Flanor, I hear she's on the mend.
We got a Friday night here at South Columbus. Crowd looking a little sparse. Guys, if you're out there listening, hey, feel welcome to come watch the boys' game. We'd love to have you here at South Columbus.
Johnson jumper up, no good. Rebounded by number 22, Kaylee Etheridge. Etheridge tied up.
And if they come, they get a chance to see me and you in person and can see how good looking you are.
Well, thanks to Alan Stewart, we've been told we've got the best looking faces in radio.
I saw that today. I saw that. I was being nice in my response to him, too. Again, South Columbus still scoreless, here in the second half. 2 minutes, actually 3 minutes gone in the second half. Let's see if they can break this scoreless string right here.
Free throw up, no good on the first end of the 1-1. Round to Orocho. Rocho to the corner to Richburg. She walks to the ball. We'll go back the other way. Timeout called, full timeout by Megan Whistle. And Brett, almost 4 minutes off the clock here in the fourth quarter. South Columbus struggling to find some offense. If you're Megan Whistle, where do you go to get the offense?
Well, first of all, you do a little praying. And then you just have to encourage your team. Guys, just settle down, work on what we've worked on in practice, turn around and get good shots. The balls fall in the basket, in practice. And they've had games all year where they've scored, 40 up to 50 points. So Coach White was going to tell them we know we can score. We just got to settle down and just put some points in the basket.
So there's no magic words, no genie in a magic lamp that you can pull with.
Just encouragement. You can't. If some of those girls go to that huddle with their head down, girls, get your heads up. forget everything that's happened in the past. You can't change anything that's happened in the past. We can only change what's getting ready to happen in the future in this last 5 minutes. And, you want to push those girls to believe that.
Conversely, I mean, Green Sea's given them a number of opportunities. This is a 15-point lead with just under 5 to go, but by no means is it safe.
No, especially in this type of basketball, you never know what's going to happen. Maybe putting some pressure on the ball causes turnovers, the easy points. So you never know what's going to happen.
Inbound pass tipped out of bounds. They'll stay with South Columbus. South Columbus, once again, inbounds. They'll try the left-hand side, trying to walk the way up that sideline.
And South Columbus is down a man, too. They got one of their point guards. Addison is hurt and, hadn't been on the court in the last 2-3 games. And, that's big. When one of your best players goes down, it's always tough.
Number 3, Matt Kalen Richburg with the deuce. Makes it a 17-point game. South Columbus struggling to get that ball across that pressure. Over to Ashton Grigsby, over to Kylie Reeves. She'll try the left side, throws up. Left-hander does not get the fall, but she'll go to the line for 2.
She's going to go to the line. I'm going to say she's going to make at least one of these, Kevin.
We've seen Kylie Reeves. I mean, she's one of those streaky shooters. If she gets high, she can bring South Columbus back into this ball game in a hurry. First is off the back of the rim, no good.
Okay, don't let me down here, girl.
Obviously must be one of your students, Brett.
Well, all of them are my students. She's not necessarily in my class, but she's a good kid. See her walking the halls, very, very respectful.
I do believe you jinxed her, Brett. Rebound by Lupo up, no good. Turn around once again.
There we go. Lupo bailed it out, got 2 for the Stallions.
Heads up play, good box out rebound and putback. Never brought the ball down. She put it right back up, and she got the 2.
These kids from South Columbus are young. I mean, there's a bunch of freshmen on that court right now. 1, 2, 3 freshmen, 2 sophomores. I mean, so you might as well let them play. You might as well get ready for next year at this point in time.
Richburg's shot is no good. She's hacked in the act. She'll go to the line. 2-shot foul. Richburg first is up. Empties the bank, and it gives in.
Check that. I think that's 4 freshmen on the court for South Columbus. I think Etheridge is the only sophomore.
Second is up. Does not get the shooter's roll, but the rebound does controlled by Green Sea. Goes off Green Sea, and it'll be South Columbus basketball. 3:56 to go. 27-11 our score.
Is that going to be 1-1, Kevin?
And we're going down the other way, 1-1. Looks like we have a push underneath. South Columbus with an opportunity with the clock stopped to get a few points, get them back in this ball game.
It's like Bella Coleman going to the line.
Coleman's first is up, and it's good. Nothing but net.
Hey, when you're down, you always love to score with time stopping on the clock.
Second off the front rim, no good. Quickly controlled by number 12, Sheriana Johnson. Johnson pulls the ball out. Kylie Reeves right up on top of her. South Columbus look to go to man-to-man.
Yeah, South Columbus has stepped out trying to cause some kind of turnover so they can, score off the turnovers.
Good defense by Kaylee Etheridge. Just, stifling that young lady on offense. Ashton Grigsby almost gets the steal. Does not commit the foul. Ball all the way around the horn by Greensea. South Columbus really extending that defense. Just off the hands of Johnson, they'll go over to South Columbus.
Well, that's what you want there. You want a turnover without Greensea scoring. Now you got to come down and put the ball in the basket. Now you're in the double bonus. If you get fouled, you're going to the line. So I would look maybe driving into the lane and trying to get fouled.
Reeves with the basketball. Over to Kaylee Etheridge. She'll go around the right side. Throws up a layup up, no good. Out of bounds to South Columbus. Credit Etheridge, she tried to get the foul call.
Yeah, she played it well, just didn't get the call from the officials.
Grigsby looked inbound for South Columbus. Rejected, and we'll try this one more time.
Well, I never liked from my smallest player on on the floor to take the ball out. And that's one of the biggest reasons why you don't.
Forced into the hands of number 12, Shuriana Johnson. Johnson drives it around the corner. Brianna Gore. Jump shot up, no good. Rebounded by Pope. We got a timeout called by Green Sea, a 30-second timeout. Brett, how aggressive do you need to be on the offensive end if you're Green Sea at this point?
Not aggressive any. I'm pulling the basketball out. I'm gonna get this game over with. I'm gonna put this W in the books. I'm gonna work my delay offense, and just try to go ahead and finish this game, because the only enemy now is the 3 minutes on the clock. And I know you want to work on some stuff, but Green Sea's had a little drought with some W's, and good opportunity to put W in the books. You just want to get it over with.
Conversely, you're South Columbus, you're in that huddle. What do you do coming out of the huddle?
You just got to be aggressive defensively, call some turnovers, and try to score off those turnovers as quickly as you can.
Do you worry about fouling at this point, or do you need to bring it closer?
It's according to who you foul, Kevin. I mean, you pick out one that couldn't throw an ocean, then go ahead and foul him.
Okay.
But you can't let them just take time off the clock. Like a 5-second call here. Got to be, but anyway, didn't call it.
Didn't call.
It's okay.
Well, the officials have been pretty
not bad.
Content to to let them hang and bang a little bit. Got a foul called. Number 22, Kaylee Etheridge, cannot get around the corner. Last couple of trips up the floor, Etheridge has really tried to push the basketball into the paint.
Coach Lenore wanted me to remind everybody that the Fellowship of Christian Athletes is collecting items for homeless shelters, and if anybody out there wants to drop off any donations at South Columbus anytime Monday through Friday, 8 to 3, just earmark it as homeless and Coach Lenore. So if you're out there, you can actually help out with some and we have homeless people, Kevin. You may not know that, but we do.
Etheridge's first falls is 27-13. She gets them both out the bank, and it's 27-14.
Slowly crawling back in, Kevin.
South Columbus taking every opportunity. They're playing hard. Richburg with the basketball, trapped in the corner. Etheridge all over in the corner, almost gets the steal. We're in the stolen by South Columbus and Ashton Grigsby. Grigsby through the paint over to Kaylee Etheridge. One bounce, and we got a bucket, and all of a sudden we got an 11-point ball game.
Coach Keenan's calling a timeout for Green Sea. He didn't get it from the officials. There he goes. He got it. Coach Keenan's not happy with what's going on with his players here. He's noticing that his team is dribbling the corners, getting caught in the corners, and a lot of turnovers happening. He's probably going to tell his girls, get it to the top of the key and just run a delay offense. Don't go to corners and get trapped.
Credit Kaylee Etheridge with the last 4 points. This has gone from a 17-point lead or a 16-point lead down to an 11-point lead, Brett. The question I have for you is, are there enough possessions left in the ball game with 2:02 to go for South to get back in this ball game?
Well, the last 2 minutes you've scored 7 points, and you can do it if Green Sea's going to turn over the basketball and attack the basket, and you're going to get the rebounds and run your fast breaks. You've got opportunities, but. Great timeout by Coach Keenest. He saw that his team wasn't doing the stuff that he wanted them doing. He's settling his kids down. He's saying, hey, there's 2 minutes, guys. Let's run these 2 minutes off the clock, and let's go back in the locker room and celebrate.
Okay, 2:02 to go here in the game. South Columbus down by 11. But right now, momentum starting to shift a little bit, Brett, to the Stallions.
Yeah, and that's why Coach Keenest called that timeout there, just to, to stop that roller coaster.
Ball inbounded to Shuriana Johnson. Johnson almost loses the handle. Grigsby, one hand on her hip, the other making sure she didn't get around the corner. Over to LaQuaze Martin. Martin around to Shuriana Johnson. Johnson drives the lane, does not get the lay at the fall. Rebounded by Pope. She doesn't get the lay at the fall either. Multiple opportunities, and South Columbus comes away with the basketball. Ball pushed up to Etheridge. Etheridge driving through traffic. Over to Kylie Reeves.
Yeah, South Columbus going to have to score quick here.
1:25 to go. Precious seconds tipping away for the Stallions.
Yeah, you don't have time to. Somebody's got to dribble, penetrate, try to get. Remember that they're in double bonus. If your coach are saying drive the lane, try to get fouled.
Afterwards with a jumper up. No good, but clubbing.
That's a foul.
Over the top is number 20, LaQuaze Martin.
And that's going to put South Columbus on the line.
Tough foul underneath. And credit the young lady. She's kind of struggling right now.
Yeah, she hit the ground pretty hard there. Not a foul that Coach Keenest wanted. It's going to put South Columbus on the line. If she can't shoot it, you have the opportunity to put your best free throw shooter that's on the bench into the game here.
Not an aggressive foul, not a flagrant foul, Brett. A far foul to be sure. Just concerned for that young lady right now. She put herself in good position. And it's a shame that she's kind of struggling right now.
And she might have hit her forehead on the floor there. Probably wasn't expecting, somebody to come through, that hard. And she lost her balance and, lost her body control and, hit the ground pretty hard there.
Well, we got the opportunity. Let's talk a little bit about head injuries in high school sports. They really put an emphasis nowadays on the safety of these young men and young ladies. Talk to us a little bit about the concussion protocol here in high school.
Yeah, before you play any sport, you have to sit through a concussion talk by the coach. You have to fill out a packet of information. You have to send it home to your parents and have them sign it. And if there's ever any sign of a concussion, you err on the side of safety and you sit out a kid. And I don't see Bella probably coming back in here because just making sure everything's okay. Safety first. And like I said, that's just been a big emphasis in the state of North Carolina and across the nation.
Used to be back in the day, that was a toughness factor. You really didn't want to,
rub some dirt on.
Yeah. Your leg was chopped off and they told you to walk it off. But really got to credit the North Carolina High School Athletic Association and the National Federation for really pushing safety and making sure these kids understand how important, things like the concussion protocol is.
Right there, South Columbus with the ability to put their best free throw shooter that's on the bench into the game to shoot two.
Laney Cribb hits the first. It's now a 10-point ball game, 27-17, 109 to go.
South Columbus going to have to foul quick. That's going to be a violation on South Columbus.
Violation against
South Columbus is going to have to pick up full court pressure here. You cannot go back and set up in a half-court offense.
109 to go, 27-17 in favor of Green Sea. South looking to push the defense. Green Sea, layup no good. Underneath, tipped back up and good by number 25, Shai Pope.
Yeah, it's probably not enough time now, Kevin. South Columbus made a good comeback, and credit Green Sea for settling down in the end of that third quarter and going into the fourth quarter and extending this game out.
Grigsby with the basketball gets it over to Kaylee Etheridge. Etheridge tries the corner, no dice. 36 seconds to go. Into Laney Cribb. Stolen by Green Sea.
That's a foul there. They just didn't call it and ready to go to the house.
Long range layup around the horn and good by number 23, Janiyah Richburg. Afterwards with the Reeves with the basketball.
You go back and look at this game. Probably the killer for South Columbus was that third quarter. When you drop a goose egg in a quarter, it's hard to win a basketball game.
Craig gets the ball to Bethany Lupo. Free is up, no good. Stolen ball. Our final score, Green Sea, the Trojans 31, South Columbus 17. Brett and I will be back with some post-game analysis and the boys' game here on 89.9 WZCO.
At the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Meet Ingrid, fiery spirit carrying grandma, proud trucker.
I've logged more than 4 million miles in my truck. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. I was driving outside of Ohio when a gentleman stopped suddenly in front of me. But it takes my 80,000-pound truck 200 yards to stop. I'd given myself extra room, but it's not a chance worth taking.
It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov. Meet Ed, movie buff, animal lover, safe driver.
5 years of driving an ambulance teaches you a thing or two. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. When I see a car trying to rush past a turning bus, I get concerned. You see, when big vehicles turn right, they have to swing wide to make the turn. And that's a lesson you don't want to learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait.
It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Sportsmanship. It means a lot of things.
It means showing respect for the opposing team
And being a good host for our visitors.
It's about modeling good behavior and not getting caught up in the emotion of the moment.
It's about winning with humility.
Losing with dignity.
It is about making my high school games.
It's a good memory that I can enjoy for years to come.
Mr. Official.
Mom.
Dad, son,
daughter, coach.
Are we in this together?
Sportsmanship. Together, we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
I'm a student athlete, which means I'm still learning.
I'm still growing.
I'm getting important lessons about perseverance, teamwork,
Determination, respect, and dedication through playing sports at my school.
Mom, Dad, Coach. In a few years,
I'll probably forget a lot of the details, but I won't forget the lessons I learned
from the way you act towards my teammates,
coaches, referees, and other fans. What kind of lesson do you want me to learn? I'm watching.
Sportsmanship. Together we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Meet Ingrid, fiery spirit carrying grandma, proud trucker.
I've logged more than 4 million miles in my truck. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. I was driving outside of Ohio when a gentleman stopped suddenly in front of me. But it takes my 80,000-pound truck 200 yards to stop. I'd given myself extra room, but it's not a chance worth taking.
It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov. Meet Ed, movie buff, animal lover, safe driver.
5 years of driving an ambulance teaches you a thing or two. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. When I see a car trying to rush past a turning bus, I get concerned. You see, when big vehicles turn right, they have to swing wide to make the turn. And that's a lesson you don't want to learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait.
It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Sportsmanship. It means a lot of things.
It means showing respect for the opposing team
And being a good host for our visitors.
It's about modeling good behavior and not getting caught up in the emotion of the moment.
It's about winning with humility.
Losing with dignity.
it is about making my high school games.
It's a good memory that I can enjoy for years to come.
Mr. Official.
Mom.
Dad, son,
daughter, coach.
Are we in this together?
Sportsmanship. Together, we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
I'm a student athlete, which means I'm still learning.
I'm still growing.
I'm getting important lessons about perseverance, teamwork,
Determination, respect, and dedication through playing sports at my school.
Mom, Dad, Coach. In a few years,
I'll probably forget a lot of the details, but I won't forget the lessons I learned
from the way you act towards my teammates,
coaches, referees, and other fans. What kind of lesson do you want me to learn? I'm watching.
Sportsmanship. Together we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Meet Ingrid, fiery spirit carrying grandma, proud trucker.
I've logged more than 4 million miles in my truck. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. I was driving outside of Ohio when a gentleman stopped suddenly in front of me. But it takes my 80,000-pound truck 200 yards to stop. I'd given myself extra room, but it's not a chance worth taking.
It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov. Meet Ed, movie buff, animal lover, safe driver.
5 years of driving an ambulance teaches you a thing or two. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. When I see a car trying to rush past a turning bus, I get concerned. You see, when big vehicles turn right, they have to swing wide to make the turn. And that's a lesson you don't want to learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait.
It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Sportsmanship. It means a lot of things.
It means showing respect for the opposing team.
And being a good host for our visitors.
It's about modeling good behavior and not getting caught up in the emotion of the moment.
It's about winning with humility.
Losing with dignity.
It is about making my high school games.
It's a good memory that I can enjoy for years to come.
Mr. Official.
Mom.
Dad, son,
Daughter. Coach.
Are we in this together?
Sportsmanship. Together, we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
I'm a student athlete, which means I'm still learning.
I'm still growing.
I'm getting important lessons about perseverance, teamwork,
Determination, respect, and dedication through playing sports at my school.
Mom, Dad, Coach, in a few years,
I'll probably forget a lot of the details, but I won't forget the lessons I learned
from the way you act towards my teammates,
coaches, referees, and other fans. What kind of lesson do you want me to learn? I'm watching.
Sportsmanship. Together we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Meet Ingrid, fiery spirit carrying grandma, proud trucker.
I've logged more than 4 million miles in my truck. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. I was driving outside of Ohio when a gentleman stopped suddenly in front of me. But it takes my 80,000-pound truck 200 yards to stop. I'd given myself extra room, but it's not a chance worth taking.
It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov. Meet Ed, movie buff, animal lover, safe driver.
5 years of driving an ambulance teaches you a thing or two. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. When I see a car trying to rush past a turning bus, I get concerned. You see, when big vehicles turn right, they have to swing wide to make the turn. And that's a lesson you don't want to learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait.
It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Sportsmanship. It means a lot of things.
It means showing respect for the opposing team
and being a good host for our visitors.
It's about modeling good behavior and not getting caught up in the emotion of the moment.
It's about winning with humility,
losing with dignity.
It is about making my high school games.
It's a good memory that I can enjoy for years to come.
Mr. Official.
Mom.
Dad, son,
daughter.
Coach.
Are we in this together?
Sportsmanship. Together, we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
I'm a student athlete, which means I'm still learning.
I'm still growing.
I'm getting important lessons about perseverance, teamwork,
determination, respect, and dedication through playing sports at my school.
Mom, Dad, Coach, in a few years,
I'll probably forget a lot of the...
Just 35 seconds to go here before the boys game. Very shortly, we'll be down to Stallion Public Address for tonight's starting lineups.
Evidently,
Hey, very quickly will be the Stallion Public Address for tonight's starting lineups between the Green Sea Floyd Trojans and the South Columbus Stallions. While we have the opportunity, Brad, I hear South Columbus cheerleading tryouts are coming up very shortly.
Yeah, cheerleading tryouts going to be May 1st starting at 4 o'clock, so if there's any 8th graders coming up.
What was that again?
That was May 1st starting at 4 o'clock.
May? Or is that March?
She said May.
May? Okay.
Yeah, May. She's getting it out there early.
Okay. I want to thank Ms. Lauren for the great job she does with the not only the cheerleaders, but the other club she runs here.
Stallion Crazies, cheerleaders, bottle washer, takes care of me, gets my paper ready and everything. She's a good one. She's smiling at me across the gym right there, so she must have her iPods in or whatever listening, or earbuds, whatever you call it.
We're glad she's back on the men. The true leader of the social studies department here at South Columbus High School.
I agree with you there. She's the backbone. Have Piper Burris sitting right here beside me. Piper, you want to say anything? She don't want to. Okay. Here we go.
We all know Piper, Indiana, and Sean run that house, Brett. So you are going to make sure you take care of these young ladies for Valentine's Day, right? Okay, Brett, we are here to start the boys' game, and we have now been joined here in the announce booth by two of the prettiest guests I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, Piper and Indiana Burroughs are here enjoying a Friday night basketball game. They both love basketball. Let's just hope one day that I'm here to be able to see them dribble that orange basketball up and down the court.
Now, tell the truth. You know, Piper, Indiana, and Miss Shawn, you are going to take care of them for Valentine's Day, correct?
I'll be here, Kevin. Don't forget that. We got a game that night.
Yeah, I think we'll be at West Columbus, though.
Oh, Lord. Well, that's Shawn's old stomping ground. She graduated from West Columbus, so.
All right, Juwan Ocho is going to jump kit with Cameron Etheridge. Tip controlled by South Columbus in the person of Rajon Graham. Stallions moving from right to left. Green Sea moving from left to right.
South Columbus been playing really well over the last couple of games. Look for them to get hot here and push the ball up the court.
Edwards ships the ball back to Avion Bellamy. Long range three up, no good. Rebounded by Green Sea Floyd. Number 5, Tayshawn Davis with the basketball. Gets the ball to number 22. And he has stolen by Bellamy.
Look for South Columbus to put a lot of pressure on these Trojans.
Avion Bellamy with a jumper up, no good. Edwards' jumper up, no good. Tapped out of bounds by South Columbus.
Again, shots just aren't falling there. South Columbus had really good looks at the basket, just can't get it to fall.
Ball inbounded to Rocho.
Green Sea doing a great job breaking the pressure for South Columbus.
Stroud's shot rejected out of bounds. It will be Green Sea still with the ball. Williams will look to inbound for Green Sea. Nowhere to go with the basketball. All the way out to half court is Green Sea. South Columbus and Jaquan Jordan picking him up.
Good pick by 32, rolling around, just couldn't get it to fall.
Rajon Graham pushes up to Bellamy. Kicks it back out. Long range three by Jaquan Jordan, and he gets it to fall.
Jordan's been playing really well over the last couple of games. Look for him to get hot and get South Columbus going.
South Columbus on the board, 3-0, 6:35 to go here in the first. Number 5, and that's Davis with the basketball. Davis can't get the ball straight around the corner.
It's like an illegal screen.
And almost got it called the first time, got it the second time.
Well, they're trying to get that screen there so they can roll off of that, but just got there a little late. Not a bad play, just got to get there a little earlier.
Austin Dameron called for the foul, his first, team first. Stallion Crazies already in fine voice tonight, Brett.
Hey, it's Friday night. The guys have had a long week, girls had a long week, and they're ready to celebrate here at South Columbus.
Bellamy with the basketball, kicks it around to Rajon Graham. His jumper up, no good. Rebounded and out of bounds over to Green Sea.
And Kevin, I saw longtime basketball coach Brian Edwards in the house tonight. His team had a night off because Robeson County, canceled their sporting event. So good to see Brian Edwards here at South Columbus.
Up to number 32, Dameron. Dameron kicks the ball back. Trapped in the corner is number 20. He has the ball stolen by Rajon Graham. Tries to throw it back, no, does not get it to fall. Foul on the floor, South Columbus basketball. Kicked out to Jaquan Jordan. Jordan over to Avion Bellamy. Inside the efforts, does not get it to fall, but a sweet little drop step.
Yeah, good little move there, just couldn't get it to fall from the left side. Oh, nice move by 5. Just can't get it to fall.
That was, looks like, I believe, number 11. And that is Rocho. He'll go to the line for 2. Rocho's first is up. In and out, no good.
Stallion Crazies over there in his ear, trying to get a little college atmosphere going on.
Second is up. Off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Jordan Johnson. Johnson quickly pushed the ball up the floor around to Jaquan Jordan. Does not get the hoop, but does get the harm. He'll go to the line for
Jordan
2.
got bailed out there. Jordan had a 1-on-3, probably should have pulled it out or whatever, attacked the basket, and luckily got bailed out with a foul.
How do you judge when to push, when not to, Brett?
Well, first of all, you got to dribble with your head up. When you see 3 black jerseys ahead of you, you probably know that that's time to pull it out.
First is up and good. South leading 4-0, 5:26 to go here in the first.
South Columbus is just going to keep the pressure on Green Sea, try to get turnovers and, score off those turnovers. And as of right now, it seems to be the good game plan.
Seconds up and good. South looks to bring pressure. Ball inbounded. too many steps, and the ball will go over to South Columbus.
You know, I still want to give a shout out to Green Sea. I know a lot of Green Sea people are listening tonight. You know, another great run in a football season, another state title. You know, Green Sea, you know, looking like a premier team, you know, actually looking for a new coach, but I still expect a lot of good things out of Green Sea football next year.
Any truth to the rumor you're applying for that job, Brett?
No, I got about another 2 years before I head over that way, but you know, maybe my buddy Richard Gore, Willie Gore might apply for that thing.
Scrum on the floor, quickly stolen as he tried to get in the lane. Avion Bellamy with the basketball, cannot get the layup to fall. Rebounded somehow by South. He's tied up, and it will be possession, Green Sea.
You know, I know a lot of teachers and coaches over at Green Sea. Really good school, academically wise and athletic wise. You know, sort of like a little crown jewel of Horry County.
Again, Willie Gore down there, Bradley Strickland, I believe, down there.
Richard Gore, a couple of past administrators from here or there, guidance counselors. So
Dameron to Stroud. Stroud throws up an off-balance shot, no good. Rebound up, no good. Rebounded by South Columbus. Quickly up the floor of the Stallions. Bellamy forces the shot, no good. Gets his own rebound. Tries to run the baseline before he kicks it out.
Green Sea doing a good job getting back on defense, so I credit them for, you know, hustling and, you know, stopping the ball.
Long range three by Rajon Graham, no good. Rebounded by number 11, and that is Rocho. Rocho gets the ball to Davis. Davis at half court. Cameron sets another pick. Over to.
Looks like Dameron's trying to set picks and then roll off, maybe looking for the basket.
Williams with an off-balance shot, no good. South quickly up the sideline, Jaquan Jordan. He'll get the layup to fall, and all of a sudden we got a Green Sea timeout with South leading 7-0.
Yeah, South Columbus is just going to, you know, try to get Green Sea to turn the ball over so they can actually push the ball up the court. You know, Green Sea just probably needs to settle down a little bit, get back into the offense, you know, work both sides of the court, and, you know, just try to slow the South Columbus Stallion basketball team down a little bit. You don't want to run with South Columbus.
That was precisely my point. If you're the Trojans, how do you come back and counter the South Columbus speed? Because let's face it, South's got speed to burn.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to slow the ball down, work it around, and just try to slow that tempo down.
Okay, Green Sea to inbound the basketball, down 7-0, 3:49 to go here in the first quarter. Davis with the basketball. He kicks it over to number 20, Williams. Jaquez Williams kicks it around to Stroud. Down to the corner to Trapped in the middle. Nowhere to go with the basketball. Nice pass underneath to Arrojo. They get the soft jumper, and it'll fall.
You know, they took about 30 seconds off the clock there. They worked it around and got an open shot, and they've slowed the pace down a little bit.
A lot of contact, no call. Nice trapping defense by Green Sea. Avion Bell with the basketball. Tries to force it up, gets bailed out on the foul call, and he'll go to the line for two. South right now forcing a lot of shots, Brett, but they are getting bailed out, and they're going to the line.
You know, just, you know, Green Sea's just trying to get the ball game back to their type of ball game, and South Columbus is pushing it up and going to the basket, and just Green Sea's just fouling them about every time they go in with the swinging hands and stuff like that. Coach probably just saying, guys, when they come to the basket, put both hands up and just play defense with your hands.
Bellamy's first does not fall. Our score is 7-2 here to 3:10 to go here in the first. Bellamy's second, nothing but net, and our score is 8-2. Stroud with the basketball. They take it across half court. Look to set the offense. Tries the right side, nothing happened. Dixon with the basketball, gets around the corner. Over to Stroud, jumper up, no good, rebounded by Bellamy. South's looking to push the ball at every opportunity, Brett.
Stroud's probably the setup jump shooter for Green Sea, so they're probably going to try to get him open to get a couple of threes wide open.
Bellamy out to Riley Hewitt. Once again, South tipped at it once again. Hustled defense by the Trojans. Dixon with the basketball, kicks it out to Stroud. Tipped away by number 3, Jaquan Jordan. His layup is up and good.
He's just that quick, Kevin.
So, once again, I mean, if you're Green Sea, you have to find some way to slow South Columbus down.
Well, that was just a telegraph pass from one side of the court to another, and that had the readings of a turnover, all the way.
Green Sea looks to get the ball underneath in the low post. After that, stolen once again by Riley Hewitt. Hewitt pushing the ball at the floor, uncontested. Kicks the ball out. Round to Bellamy. Down the corner, back to Bellamy. His 3 is up. His 3 is good. Avion Bellamy with the tray. South up 13-2, 1:27 to go here in the first quarter. Tries the right side, nothing happened. Pick set, does not choose to use it. Number 20, Arocha with Williams with the basketball. Jacquez Williams tries the right corner. Dribbles it off his leg, and it'll go over to South Columbus.
Just a little bit too much dribbling for Green Sea. Green Sea needs to pull it out, work on beating that defense with passes. You see Green Sea just dribbling. Not going to get a lot done there. Probably need to go more to, passing in the offense.
Just over a minute, South Columbus in the lead by 11. Long range 3, Riley Hewitt no good, rebounded by Green Sea. Your Green Sea, do you try to hold for the last shot here, Brett?
Probably not, because you need to put points on the board.
Dixon with the basketball, kicks it to the corner. Jump shot up, no good, rebounded by South. South once again looking to push. Bellamy with the basketball. Picks up his dribble, gets it over to Jaquan Jordan. Jordan's 3 is up and good. It's raining 3s if you're a South Columbus Stallion.
Yeah, Jordan's been hot from that three-point line. Jordan's been the spark here in this game.
Layup up, just gets a teardrop to fall is number 20, and that's Jacquez Williams.
Jordan lucky he didn't get the foul on that play.
Jaquan Jordan with a ballet move gets it to Riley Hewitt. Hewitt's shot blocked out of bounds. It'll stay with South Columbus.
Yeah, anytime Hewitt's in the basketball game, look for him for a setup jumper.
10.4 to go here, Brett. Yeah, 16-4 score. South Columbus looking to get the last shot of the quarter and make this a 16-point ball game. Out to Avion Bellamy, 9 seconds to go. To the corner to Riley Hewitt. Hewitt's 3 is up, off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Green Sea with 2 seconds to go. Long range 3, just off the mark. Our score at the end of 1, South Columbus 16, Green Sea 4. Right now, Green Sea, the Trojans, just no answer for the South Columbus speed.
Yeah, just they're not getting back. They started out getting back in transition, but now they're wearing down a little bit, and South Columbus is actually pushing the ball up a little bit more and scoring off of that. Again, probably the key for Green Sea is to get back into your type of offense, slow the basketball game down a little bit, if at all possible. You need to dictate the pace of this game.
Can you get back in this ball game taking the air out of the basketball?
Yeah, you possibly could, because it's still early. And South Columbus is going to be aggressive. They're not going to pull it out. And South Columbus misses 2 and 3 shots, and Green Sea can come down, slow it down, and hit 2 or 3, and you're back in the ball game.
Conversely, if you're South Columbus, Brett, we've seen them play a couple times this year. They kind of have a couple of really strong quarters, but they really need to put a whole basketball game together.
Yep, and like I said, we've seen them score 19, 18, and then drop 2 in a quarter. It's like you said earlier. Coach Hill wants to have an all-around balanced basketball game.
Okay, the start of the second, South Columbus up by 12, inbounding the basketball at half court, moving from right to left. Green Sea will be moving from left to right.
It's like Captain Jordan is checked in for South Columbus, and E.J. Tisdale.
Tisdale kicks the ball down to the corner. Tisdale gets the ball back on a give and go.
Ooh.
Around the horn it goes, and down it falls. E.J. Tisdale with the bucket.
And Riley Gore's in too now, so make sure you get that.
Just over Riley Gore's outstretched fingers, and quick bucket for Green Sea makes it 18-6.
Looks like Coach Hill was giving his starters a little bit of breathing room here, just trying to get them ready to come last probably 5 minutes of this second quarter to extend this lead.
Captain Jordan forced a shot, no good. Somehow South Columbus does get the roll. Round to Jaquan Jordan. Jordan pulls the ball out, looks to reset the offense. Around to Jordan Johnson. Tipped out of bounds, it'll stay South Columbus basketball.
And Coach Lenore wanted me to give a shout out and say that Little Cheer Camp is scheduled for July this year. So, get ready and listen for that and get little girls or boys out here for that cheerleading camp.
Riley Gore gets forced to the ground, has the presence of mind to get the ball off. Three!
There he is again.
Jaquan Jordan.
That's his, I think, third three-pointer there.
Outlet pass just a bit too far for Green Sea. It'll go over to South Columbus.
Right, Green Sea coach is probably telling his boys we need to put a hand in number 3's face. If hit 3 threes here and look for him to keep on scoring.
Kicked out to the corner. Just a bit too hard for Riley Gore, and it will go over to Green Sea.
Yeah, he tried to do a little bit too much there. But like I said, when you do too much, it usually tends to lead to turnover.
Is there such a thing as playing too fast, Brett?
Oh, yeah. Just got to play within yourself.
Green Sea with the basketball, takes it up the right corner. Scott with the basketball, looks to set the offense. Deshaun Scott quickly close to guard, gets the ball over to Dixon. Dixon splits the defenders.
Oh, how did that not was a call? 11.
Riley Gore
pushed him right in the back, and they didn't call anything.
But Green Sea got the rebound in the bucket, and all of a sudden it's 21-8. Riley Gore got his money worth and didn't get the call.
Yep.
Tisdale with the basketball, underneath to the captain, loses the handle, goes over to Green Sea. Ball up the corner to Southwest Williams. Williams trying to get fancy with the dribble. Goes off his leg, and off balance shot followed by Jaquan Jordan.
He's come to play tonight.
Jordan on fire with at least, I think it's 11 points already in the ball
11,
game.
yeah.
Another steal by the captain. Captain gets the ball back on the give and go from Tisdale, throws it up, does not get it to fall.
This pace, if you're a Green Sea fan, this is not the pace that you want your team to play at. Ball's going up and down the court really too fast, just a little bit out of Green Sea's type of game.
Captain Jordan to the line for 2. Jordan, another streaky shooter, can get hot very quickly for South Columbus.
Yeah, and he actually rested the whole first quarter, so he's got a lot of legs up under him.
Used the legs, but does not get the ball to fall. And it's still 23-8, 5:44 to go here in the second quarter. Captain's second is up. Off the front rim, no good. Green Sea trying to run with South. Gets the ball around the corner. Off balance jump shot, does not touch the rim. South quickly with the rebound. Jaquan Jordan, very slick with the dribble. Underneath a reverse layup, almost falls.
Riley Gore made a good move, but just couldn't get it to fall on the reverse.
He had the opportunity. He had great position underneath, just could not get the reverse to fall. Quan Dixon with the basketball. Dixon crosses half court. Being close to guard by E.J. Tisdale, gets the ball over to the corner. Dameron with another move and pick, does not get called. Round the corner we go. Tisdale gets his money's worth with the body check, and going to the line is number 10, Deshaun Scott.
Tisdale going to get his name in the books one way or another.
Once again, Tisdale part of the all-hands team we have here, all-hair team we have here in Columbus County. First up, no good. Our score is still 23-8, 4:47 to go here in the second quarter.
That's what we need to do, Kevin, have an all-hair team. I know 2 that would be on.
The other would be Juju Rivera from East Columbus. Second falls on our score, 23-9. Just under 5 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Over to Tisdale. Tisdale drops in the corner, gets the ball back, drops through the lane, kicks it back. 3 up, no good. South Sky for the rebound, does not get it. Quickly, Green Sea on the offense. No hoop, but the harm. Going to the line is number 24, Jaquan Dixon. Clock's still running there, Brett.
Hey, might as well.
Stop the clock.
I don't think nobody's even paying any attention, Kevin.
I do believe that runs in the JV game, correct?
Well, he realized, he's like, oh, that's Daryl Spivey there, a good buddy of mine here at South Columbus. He's taking over for David Marlowe tonight.
The legendary David Marlowe.
You remember you get what you pay for, right?
That's true. So hard to find good help these days. Rebounded by South. Quickly up is Avion Bellamy. Bellamy into the corner to Jordan. Around the corner we go to Rajon Graham. Back to Avion Bellamy. Kicks it to the corner. 3 up, no good. Rebounded by South. Once again, Avion Bellamy drives the lane. Got a kick ball. Stay with South.
You know, you talk about Coach Hill wanted all 4 quarters. If you've noticed here, South Columbus has cooled off an awful lot here in this second quarter. You know, look for them to turn it up and try to put some points on the board here in this quarter.
Avion Bellamy with the basketball. Kicks it over to the corner. Underneath goes Jordan to Bellamy. Jump shot is up, no good. Rebounded by South Green Sea. Scott with the basketball, kicks it around to Davis. Davis somehow.
Nice move by number 5, Green Sea.
Davis drags the foot and gets the left to fall, and it's 23-11. Jordan Johnson with the basketball. Slicing and dicing is Avion Bellamy, and he'll get the bucket. South Columbus now leads 25-11. Quickly back up the floor is Green Sea. Blocked down is Dameron. Ball goes out of bounds. It'll stay Trojan basketball. Stroud checks back in for Green Sea, as does number 10, Trayshawn Great for South Columbus. With a body, number 11 for Green Sea is Rocho, and Rocho does not get the bucket to fall, but he's body checked and he'll go to the line.
Nice out of bounds play called by Green Sea coach. You know his name?
No, I do not.
You don't? Okay. Little stack, you know, a delayed stack. There's going to be a lane violation there. But
not called because he doesn't get the fall.
I think both of them did it at the same time. They realized that one guy was supposed to be one place and the other guy was supposed to be another place.
Either that or and you just get the second to fall. Either that or that one official.
Well, probably the referee should have saw that, but anyway.
Avion Bellamy kicks it down to the corner. Trapped in the corner, does not get the ball. Driving the baseline is number 5, Jordan Johnson. He got a kick ball, stay with South.
Let's see if Coach Hill can draw up an out of bounds play. Looks like it's going to be a 3-point attempt by number 1 here.
Avion Bellamy was from long range.
He
thought about it. You want long range 3. Does not fall by number 10, Trayshawn Great. Tied up, does not get the call. Quickly up and back is number 24. And that's Jaquan Dixon with the bucket for Green Sea.
You know, if you're Coach Hill, this is not the quarter that you wanted. You extended your lead, and then now you've let Green Sea get back into the basketball game.
Jordan Johnson with the basketball, kicked around to Trayshawn Great.
Great
with a 3. Trayshawn Great makes it 28-14, 2:25 to go here in the first half.
Big 3 for South Columbus that stopped the bleeding just a little bit.
28-14 our score here, just over 2 minutes to go here in the half. Rocho's pass to Dameron is stolen. Great, once again, tries to drive the lane, just does not get it, make it happen. We got a rugby scrum on the floor. Somehow gets to Davion Bellamy all the way around to Rajon Graham. 3 up, no good. And the ball is back to Rocho's hands. He'll bring the ball, he'll pass it up, and
it's just too fast, guys.
A road show 3 up, no good.
There we go.
I can call it or I can watch it. Sometimes I get caught watching it, guys. I do apologize. Jordan Johnson with the basketball down to the corner. Call for the foul is number 32, and that's
Dameron.
1:33 to go here in the first half. South leading 28-14. South inbounding underneath their basket. Davion Bellman with the basketball. Forces it underneath. Kick back out, but stolen by Green Sea. Green Sea trying to run with numbers 3-on-2. Sent back where it came from by number 4, Rajon Graham. Green Sea will maintain possession, but the Stallion Crazies on their feet.
I can probably tell you number 5 is probably a freshman or possibly an 8th grader. You can look at him and tell that he's rather young. You know, coming out and playing with these seniors, it's a different kind of ballgame.
Ball inbounded by Green Sea. Kicked underneath. Bodied up at number 12. And that's Ethan Dameron. He'll go to the line for 2. Really young-looking Green Sea team, Brett.
Yeah. And Green Sea, you know, is hanging around. They've played a pretty good second quarter. I wouldn't be surprised if the score is not pretty much even in the second quarter.
First is up and no good.
I know South Columbus had, I think, 18 or 16, so that gives them 10. I think it's 10-10 in the second quarter.
Dameron to the line for the second of 2.
If you guys would hire us a statistician, it'd be a little bit easier.
They'll get paid just as well as I'm getting paid, brother. Bellamy pushes the ball up to Rajon Graham. Underneath, tries to force it. Takes it on the end line. It'll be over to Green Sea.
Yeah,
1:05 to go here in the first half.
And I know Coach Hill, he's trying to get some of his bench players, you know, on the court a little bit, but, you know, maybe time to bring back in the starters.
Just a minute to go here in the first half. South Columbus with the lead. Green Sea with the basketball.
Yeah, I don't know if Cameron Etheridge is hurt or whatever, but, you know, he came out in the first quarter and hadn't been back in since. And, you know, he's a big presence in the middle. And sometimes, Kevin, you forget about players sometimes. And that's why you have assistant coaches. You know, say, Coach Burris, don't forget about so-and-so, because you get in the game and you forget about players on your bench.
You're worried about what's happening on the floor, obviously. Stroud in the corner being closely guarded.
That's a double dribble.
Double dribble called on number 24, Dixon. Ball will go over to South Columbus, 47.7 to go here in the first half. Avion Bellamy with the basketball. 45 seconds to go here in the first half of bass. Over to Jaquan Jordan. Around the corner is Avion Bellamy. Long range 3 does not fall for South Columbus. Rebounded by Stroud. He'll look to bring the ball up. Stroud alertly slows down the offense. Around the corner. Ball in the hands of 24, Dixon.
Nice give and go.
Drives the ball off, but has it stolen by Avion Bellamy. Looks to push with numbers. Heads up play by number 24. Once again, now back stolen back by South Columbus. South with the rebound. Off the glass, and he'll fall at the end of the first, end of the quarter. Our score at halftime, Green Sea 14, South Columbus 30. We'll be right back with the Vice President of Stallion Crazies, Brett. I know it's a group close to your heart, and we'll talk to them about student involvement in high school sports right after this timeout.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
I'm a student athlete, which means I'm still learning.
I'm still growing.
I'm getting important lessons about perseverance, teamwork,
determination, respect, and dedication through playing sports at my school.
Mom, Dad, Coach, in a few years,
I'll probably forget a lot of the details, but I won't forget the lessons I learned
from the way you act towards my teammates,
coaches, referees, and other fans. What kind of lesson do you want me to learn? I'm watching.
Sportsmanship, together we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Meet Ingrid, fiery spirit carrying grandma, proud trucker.
I've logged more than 4 million miles in my truck. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. I was driving outside of Ohio when a gentleman stopped suddenly.
Welcome back to South Columbus. Halftime here of the boys game with South Columbus up 30-14. We have the honor and the pleasure of having Luke Duncan of South Columbus, which is, I think, the vice president of the Stallion Club. Not Stallion Club, but Stallion Crazies. Stallion Crazies were started about 10 years ago. It was came from the mind of me, Brett Burrs, and then modeled it after the Duke Cameron Crazies. And it's a group that has actually grown over the years. And Luke, just wanted to ask you a little bit about the Stallion Crazies. And first of all, how'd you get involved?
I come to basketball games when I was littler, and I saw the Stallion Crazies. And then when I got to high school, I heard about the club and joined it.
Okay, yeah, and we actually have a swag program where we can actually meet during the day and talk about the things that we want to do. Does you and your, and I notice I've seen about the same people, you know, here at the basketball games. You've got your little group and stuff like that. Now, what kind of thing, do y'all talk before the game about some things y'all want to do, things you want to bring and say and stuff like that? Or is it just pretty much everything off the top of your head?
Most of the time it's just off the top of our head, just the regular people bring the usual stuff, and that's what we do with. And somebody finds something new, they'll bring it, and we'll use it.
Do you ever look on TV and see maybe what some of the fans from the college football games are doing, and you try to do the same things here at South Columbus?
Oh, yeah. Next Tuesday night for senior night, we're going to do the ESPN thing again.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. And if you want to, if you're out there in the world of radio and Facebook Live, you know, maybe you can have the opportunity to come out and see the Stallion Crazies. I know that you guys have some T-shirts, but you don't necessarily wear them every night. Is that because there's so many games going on and you can't coordinate it together, or what?
I believe it's mainly that. People can't get them washed all the time, so we'll just wear them when we have them washed.
Well, Luke, I mean, I know that you're an all-conference football player for South Columbus, and you weren't able to be in the Stallion Crazies while the football season was going on. But tell me, when you were playing football out there and stuff, did you ever cut your eyes to the stands and see your Stallion Crazies faithful going crazy and stuff, and it ever pump you up or whatever?
Oh yeah, they had me a couple chances this year, so shout out to them. And
it's always good to hear your name, Luke, when you're playing football and stuff like that.
Sure is.
And like I said, you guys do a good job, and I see a lot of the same kids over there. And, what do you try to get new kids involved or anything? Do you go and talk to guys that hadn't showed up and say, hey, we'd like for you to come join the Stallion Crazies? What do you do to try to get members?
Oh, we'll bug them about it, and tell them to get their butt out here and support the basketball team, football team, everybody.
It's actually a way to get involved in basketball and not actually play, because I noticed a while ago when they were at the free throw line and stuff like that, you were hollering, shouting, calling names and stuff like that, and I'm sure you probably feel proud, or you had something to do with them missing free throws.
Oh, yeah. Sure, it feels good when they miss them and we hollering real loud.
Now, let me ask you this. Have you ever had anybody from another team address y'all or say something to y'all during the game?
Oh, yeah, we've had some of that Tuesday night, had a little bit of it tonight.
Okay. All right. I like I said, I've been at South Columbus for a long time, and I remember going over to Whiteville at one time, and they actually escorted every Stallion Crazy out of the Whiteville gym at the time. And it sounds like right now your Stallion Crazies are hollering for you a little bit over there while you're on the radio and stuff. Anybody over there in particular you want to give a shout out to that's, you know, one of the big parts of the Stallion Crazies and stuff like that?
Oh, Ethan Kennedy right here. He works the megaphone.
He's
for
the
us.
megaphone
He's
guy.
loud. He's
Okay.
loud.
Now, where did the megaphone come from?
McKenna Middle School.
Okay. Did you borrow that from your dad?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And I noticed that there's some cowbells that's been rang a couple of times. Who's the cowbell guy?
Logan Cox. He's the cowbell guy.
Okay. All right. Anybody else over there you want to give a shout out to?
Andrew. He's leads the chants.
Yeah.
When you hear the air ball, that's him.
They're over there all wanting to get a shout. I wonder if they're actually listening right now on Facebook. They're actually taking our picture.
Yeah.
So if you want to hold up your hand and say, hey, we the man and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, you know, the Stallion Crazies is a great organization. It was started years ago, and the tradition is carried on. And probably when you guys graduate or whatever, you'll be able to see another group of Stallion Crazies come out. And it's just something that you know that you've been a part of. And it's fun to come out to a basketball game on a Friday night and, you know, feel like you're involved. So we want to thank you for all you've done, and appreciate you talking to us today. And here comes Mr. Candy right now. I think he's going to give you a shout out. But let me ask you this: why don't you have face paint on? Do you know why?
I don't know why.
Because in the state of North Carolina, they won't let you wear face paint in a gym.
Oh man.
That is a rule for the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. They won't. And there's Mr. Andrew Daverine coming up.
Yeah.
Mr. Daverine, you want to – let me talk to Daverine for a minute here.
Here's the president right here.
Okay. So we actually have the president of the South Columbus Crazies, Andrew Daverine. I had the pleasure of teaching him in class. And, Andrew, what do you think about the Stallion Crazies?
Well, tonight, you know, we got about 50% of the people there, but next week against Whiteville, that's going to be a big game for us to all come to.
Well, tell me this: what are some of your plans for the Whiteville game?
Well, we got to keep it secret so Whiteville people can't take it from us. So they'll find out when we get there.
Okay, all right, but you do have something big planned
we do
for
have something big
now.
planned.
Do you have something planned for individual players at Whiteville? Some different things that you're going to do when different players get the ball and stuff like that, or?
We'll find out their nicknames throughout the game.
Okay, all right, and you probably emulate a lot of this from maybe the Cameron Crazies and stuff like that. But you know, like I said, I told Luke a while ago, we started this about 10 or 12 years ago. I had fortunate enough to get this started, and you guys have carried on the tradition. And as a member of South Columbus faculty and coaching staff, I want to thank you guys for coming out and giving something back to South Columbus.
Yes, sir.
All right, y'all have a good night. Yeah, babe.
That's going to be on YouTube? No, it's on Facebook.
Sportsmanship. It means a lot of things.
It means showing respect for the opposing team
And being a good host for our visitors.
It's about modeling good behavior and not getting caught up in the emotion of the moment.
It's about winning with humility.
Losing with dignity.
It is about making my high school games.
It's a good memory that I can enjoy for years to come.
Mr. Official.
Mom,
Dad, son,
daughter,
Coach.
Are we in this together?
sportsmanship. Together, we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
I'm a student athlete, which means I'm still learning.
I'm still growing.
I'm getting important lessons about perseverance, teamwork,
Determination, respect, and dedication through playing sports at my school.
Mom, Dad, Coach, in a few years,
I'll probably forget a lot of the details, but I won't forget the lessons I learned
from the way you act towards my teammates,
coaches, referees, and other fans. What kind of lesson do you want me to learn? I'm watching.
Sportsmanship. Together we make the right call.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. and you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov.
Okay, we are back for second half action. Green Sea is going to get the ball inbound. They'll be moving from right to left. Almost stolen by South Columbus. Green Sea retains possession. Driving the lane, but blocked. It will go back the other way.
You know, look for South Columbus to keep the pressure going into the third quarter here.
Long range three is up and good.
There he is again. He was sort of quiet in the second half of the second quarter, but
Jaquan Jordan making it rain, and it's 33-14.
That's his fourth three.
Davis with the basketball, kicks it over to number 20, Orocho. Stroud with a jumper up, no good, rebounded, and put back by number 11, Orocho.
Nice job by Orocho getting the rebound and putting it back up with a trash basket.
I've liked his game. He's been, hustling all over the court, just cannot quite get a jumper to fall. Long range three by Jordan Johnson does not fall, rebounded by Rajon Graham.
Good save by Graham.
Jordan Johnson with the basketball call, goes around the horn to Rajon Graham. His three is up and good. South with two quick threes, and it's 36-16.
Yeah, that's just tough to defend there. And again, you see Etheridge on the bench. I don't know if there's, if he's hurt or whatever, but he hasn't been in since the first quarter.
Jaquez Williams with the basketball. Gets it around to Deshaun Davis. Stroud with the basketball. Closely guarded. Over to Orocho. To Williams. Williams surveys the scene. Kicks the ball over to Deshaun Davis. Davis closely guarded. Kicks the ball to Jaquez Williams. His layup is up and good. 36-18 our score. 6 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Ball in underneath. Kick back up front. Ball all the way around the horn. Back to Avion Bellamy. Drops it off for Captain Jordan with the deuce.
Yeah, nice ball movement for the Stallions there.
Quick timeout by Green Sea as they see things getting out of control. 20-point lead by the Stallions. 5:41 to go here in the third.
Yeah, not the start that you want if you're Green Sea. You sort of slowed down the momentum going into the second half, and South Columbus, just gets it cranked up again and extends that lead.
Again, Green Sea, they're playing good basketball, Brett. They're moving the ball around. They're making good passes. They just can't put it down in South Columbus speed.
Yeah, like I said, they're bending, but they don't break. They didn't have the greatest of second quarters, and then now they're coming out in the third quarter and actually turning it on.
Okay. Now, if you're Green Sea, how do you combat that speed?
You really can't combat that speed because you don't have the speed to beat it. So what you got to do, you got to combat it by slowing the basketball game down, and that's
easier
said than done. Yeah, you're right. But you want to dictate the tempo of a basketball game, especially when you're a team that doesn't necessarily push it up and down the court.
Inbounded to Jaquez Williams. Williams surveys the scene. Dameron with the pick. Williams around the corner, throws up a soft jumper, no good. Rebounded by the captain. Captain Jordan pushes the ball up in the form of Avion Bellamy. Over to Jordan Johnson. Long range three up, no good.
And maybe his first miss of the night from three-point land.
Rajon Graham with the push, and the B Green Sea Trojans with the basketball.
Look for South Columbus to pick up full court, try to get some kind of turnover and scoring off the turnover.
Nowhere to go with the basketball. Finally inbounded to Deshaun Davis. Over to Jaquez Williams. Williams with the basketball. He'll take the pick by Dameron. Over to Deshaun Davis. Davis back to Stroud. Closely guarding. Near a 5-second call, gets away with it. Davis with the basketball. loses the handle. Quick outlet up to Captain Jordan. Captain Jordan with the layup, does not get the fall. Another layup, does not fall. South with 2 quick opportunities, does not get either one of them to fall.
Yeah, that's something you would love to have back if you're Coach South Columbus.
Rejected by Rajon Graham, and South quickly back the other way. Alley-oop layup by South Columbus. Avion Bellamy finishes it off. Captain Jordan with a football tackle does not get called for it. Green Sea looks to settle this down just a little bit. Williams with the basketball. Williams to Davis. Williams with the basketball back once again. He'll look to drive the lane. Switches hands. Throws up a prayer. Does not get it to fall. Rebounded by Avion Bellamy. Bellamy looks to push the offense. Splits the double team. Reverse no good. Rebounded by the captain. Does get fouled. He'll go to the line for 2. Captain Jordan to the line shooting 2. South up 40-18. 3:44 to go here in the third. Captain first off the front rim, no good.
He struggled from the line tonight. I think he's 0 for 3.
You know, the thing about that is you do all that running, Brett, you do tend to get gas very quickly. Neither falls. It's still 40-18, 3:43 to go here in the third. Almost stolen by South Columbus. Quickly up, back and forth, down to Stroud. His jumper up. No good. Rebounded very quickly by Rocho, who puts it right back for the deuce.
Rocho's played a really good basketball game tonight.
40-20 our score. 3:20 to go here in the third quarter. South in the lead. Over to the corner. Long range three is up. In and out, no good. Rebounded by Orocho. Just a bit too high for Stroud. He'll go out of bounds and back over to South Columbus. Looks like Captain McGimpy as he comes out, replaced by number
probably a little
20,
cramp or something.
Kevin DeWitt. Avion Bellamy with the basketball. Into DeWitt, back to Bellamy, around the corner to Rajon Graham. Jump shot up, no good. Rebounded by South Columbus. They get another chance on the offensive end. Avion Bellamy is up. Three, no good. Rebounded by
Staines going a little cold from the three-point line here.
Up by 20, you can afford some of those shots, but Brett, you really can't just rely on that three-point shot to keep you in a ball game. With the ball is Jacquez Williams. Williams around to Squan Dixon. Dixon tries the right side, nothing happened. Stroud with the ball fake up,
nice
and the
move.
teardrop falls. That was Dalton Stroud with the deuce.
Green Sea slowly climbing back in. It's cut it to 18. South Columbus is going dry.
Around the corner to Rajon Graham. Kicks the ball back out. It's up. Off the front rim, no good. Green Sea looking to quickly pitch the offense.
And a lot of that's fatigue, Kevin. It takes a lot of energy to shoot a three, and they've been run up and down this court, and their legs are not as good as it has been, so shooting three is going to be a little bit tougher here.
Long range three for Green Sea, no good. 1:38 to go here in the third. South leading 40-22. Over to Jordan Johnson, back around the corner. Dropped in. Quick drop step by number 20, Kevin DeWitt, and he gets it to fall. Kevin DeWitt breaking into the scoring call. Quick steal on the inbound by South Columbus. Splits the defense, kicks it out to Jaquan Jordan. Jordan's three is up and good. Quick 5-point swing for South Columbus, and all of a sudden we got a 23-point ball game with a little over a minute to go. Stroud with a three, up off the front rim, no good. Hauled in by South Columbus. They'll look to push with numbers. Over to the corner to DeWitt. DeWitt's three up, no good.
That was Graham there.
All the way down the lane, and Fouled is number 24, Jaquan Dixon. He'll go to the line. Will he go to the line? No, actually, they'll call it underneath.
You know, another thing, like I said, Etheridge still sitting on the bench over there again. You think you'd want to get your big man in here to give him some time and some confidence. I don't know if there's an injury going into effect or what there, but, maybe you need to check on that.
Inbound to Green C. Jacquez Williams with the basketball. Williams around the horn to Jaquan Dixon. Ball on the floor. Somehow gets it to his teammate Dameron. Over to Jacquez Williams. Williams soft jumper up off the rim, no good. Rebounded by number 4, Rajon Graham. Just under 20 seconds to go here in the third. We're at South leading 45-22. Graham tries to throw up a prayer, does not get it to fall. 12 seconds to go. Over to Dameron. His three is up, no good. Rebounded by Tisdale.
Dameron looked to be fouled on that play. No call.
Just after the buzzer, does not count. And our score at the end of 3. South Columbus 45, Green C 22. We'll be right back with fourth quarter action here on 89.9 WZCO.
This message has been brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside.
Okay, Brett Burris, 4 quarters in the books. South with a 23-point lead. And the issue, I don't want to say well in hand, but South Columbus, right now their only enemy is the clock.
Yeah, like I said, Green C has made some runs, but, South Columbus has come back and cut those runs. And I just don't know if Green C's got the gas to make up this point deficit.
Williams with the basketball. Does not use the pick by Dameron. Brings the ball back out to Jaquan Dixon. Dixon kicks the ball out to the corner to Deshaun Scott. Back to Williams. Once again, Green C looks to reset the offense. Drives around the corner, kicks it to Deshaun Scott, does not get it to fall. Williams with the basketball underneath. Forces a shot up, does not get it to fall. Rebounded by Rajon Graham. Graham kicks it. Driving through the defense is number 20, Kevin DeWitt, getting some good minutes here tonight, Brett. Does not get it to fall, but South will reset the offense. Kicked it underneath to DeWitt. DeWitt with a quick little drop step in a bucket.
Yeah, 2 good moves by DeWitt there leads to 2 baskets for him.
First chance to see DeWitt this year. Looks like he's going to be a force for the Stallions in the future. Williams with the basketball. Gets it around to Scott. Scott drives the lane. Does not get the fall on the baseline. South with a quick steal. They'll look to push with numbers. Up to Tisdale. Tisdale back to Riley Gore. Layup up, no good. Rebounded by Green C. Wild shot up, no good by Green C. South looks to push. 4-on-2. DeWitt tries to get it up, loses the handle. It'll turn over off of a Green C player, and it'll stay with South. Riley Hewitt checking in for the Stallions. Out to Riley Hewitt, long range 3 in the ball game, and a quick 3 for Riley Hewitt.
Well, that's why you put him in to hit a 3. He was a little cold first half, but comes out in the second half and drains one.
Stroud with a 3 of his own. Off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Green Sea. Quick turnaround jumper's up and good.
He's been the spark for Green Sea tonight.
50-24 our score. 5:42 to go here in the ball game. Tried to force the passes. Tisdale quickly stolen by Green Sea. He'll take it back very quickly. A quick layup for Deshaun Davis. Riley Hewitt with the basketball. Loses the dribble, gets control. Riley Gore just steps on the sideline. It'll go over to Green Sea. 5:21 to go. 24-point lead for South Columbus, 50-26. Deshaun Davis with the basketball. Stroud thinks about a 3, loses control. Gets his feet together, does not get it to fall. Rebounded by number 11, Jawan Orocho. Checking back in for the Stallions is number 5, Jordan Johnson. He replaces number 10, Trayshawn Great. Riley Hugh with the basketball, crossing half court. He'll look to turn on the gas. Gets the ball into to DeWitt. Pass goes out of bounds. It'll stay with the Stallions. Tipped away from Riley Gore. Very quickly back the other way is Green Sea, and that's number 24.
Telegraphed out of bounds pass led to that easy 2 for Green Sea.
Can't get caught flat-footed, Brett, and assuming the pass is just going to be an easy pass into you. Riley Hewitt takes the ball, kicks it over to Jordan Johnson. Johnson drafts it off to Riley Gore. Around Johnson, Gore with the basketball, throws up a shot, does not get the fall, but he'll go to the line for 2. Riley Gore looking to break into the scoring column from the free throw line. Very proud of myself tonight, Brett. I think I've about got it. Riley Gore and Riley Hewitt.
Yep, you
have. So far, so good.
You have. Don't jinx yourself.
4:28 to go. I probably have jinxed that. Yeah. Talked to both young men this afternoon before the ball game started. Real quality young men. Great sense of humor about the whole thing, too.
Yeah, 2 good kids.
Riley Gore with the bucket. 51-28 our score.
Well, there's a younger brother, Etheridge, coming into the game.
Second one falls, and we got a 52-28 score. As Cody Etheridge, younger brother of Cameron, checking in for the ball game for the Stallions.
I guess he's younger. They're identical. I don't know which one was born first.
Long range 3 up, no good. Rebounded by E.J. Tisdale. Tisdale looks to push the offense over to Riley Hewitt. Hewitt's 3 is up, no good. Rebounded by Tisdale. Dropped off to Cody Etheridge. Does not get it to fall.
Cody Etheridge with a good move there, just couldn't get it to fall.
Round and round we go with number 24, Joe Quan Dixon with a pretty move for the bucket. 3:56 to go here in the ball game, Brett. South Columbus leading 52-30. Into Cody Etheridge. Cody Etheridge with a soft jumper. Does not get the fall. Rebounded once again by number 24, Dixon. Stroud, just a few too many steps, and we're going back the other direction.
And the Stallion Crazies let him hear it, too.
Gotta love the student section. Gotta love it when these kids come out and support their own, Brett. Got a good crowd here tonight for South Columbus.
And South Columbus, we do have Whiteville here next Tuesday night, so we encourage everybody out there to come and watch the game. Should be a great basketball game.
Cody Etheridge with a good play for South, getting the ball back. Kicks over to Riley Hewitt. Hewitt getting bodied, does not get a call again. Pushed into Etheridge. Saves the ball, unfortunately, right to Stroud, and Green Sea will look to bring it back the other way. Driving the lane is Jaquan Dixon. He'll go to the line for 2.
Dixon has played a pretty good basketball game here tonight, too. Very aggressive, takes the ball to the hole. Has been a spark here for Green Sea.
Unfortunately for Green Sea, just too many points in too little time. to come back from.
South Columbus came out lights out shooting threes, and it's hard. It's hard to combat that unless you can combat it with threes yourself, and Green Sea didn't have the ability to do that tonight.
First one is up and good. And the second one falls as well. 52-32 our score. 3 minutes and 3 seconds to go here in the ball game. Around he goes, and Jordan Johnson gets the ball underneath, and to Riley Hewitt, who loses the handle, goes over to Green Sea. Jordan Johnson jumper up, no good. Sorry, that was Davis' jumper up, no good.
I can promise you that everybody in the gym wants Cody Etheridge to score, and if he does, you'll hear this crowd go wild.
Reverse layup up. No, Cody Etheridge with the rebound. Yeah, no good. Quick deuce by Riley Gore. Riley Gore, 4 quick points. 2:17 to go here in the ball game. South up 54-32. Stroud with the basket. Throws up a jumper up, no good. Rebounded by South. Quickly up the floor is Riley Gore. Over to DJ Tisdale to Riley Hewitt. His three is up, no good. Very quickly is Jaquan Dixon up the floor, just does not get it to fall. And right now we're just straighting layups, Brett. Tisdale with the
Dixon's
basketball.
out of gas there. You know, it's tough to make that play when you're out of gas.
Turnaround jumper.
By Riley who? Riley who?
Riley Gore.
Okay, there you go.
It's the Riley and Riley show the last few minutes. Stroud looks to drive the lane. Held on the floor by Riley Gore.
Riley's getting his name, you know, fouls, points, whatever.
You know what it is? They're actually testing me on this.
I think it is. I think it is.
Next week, Brett, we will be on the campus of West Columbus for the first time this basketball season as the East Columbus Gators travel down to take on the West Columbus Vikings.
Yeah, should be a good game there at West Columbus. You know, I think the Wolfpack and the Vikings are playing tonight, and I think that's going to have a lot of implications on who's going to win this conference, right?
Absolutely. Fantastic basketball yet to be played. 1 week to go here in the Three Rivers Conference, Brett. Stroud's second is up, no good. Very quickly rebounded by number 11, Orocho. He'll get the quick bucket, and we'll get a 30-second timeout by the Green Sea faithful. Brett, you know, we're coming into the last week of the season. All three of these high schools, actually all four here in the county, will have senior night in the next week. Talk to me a little bit about the emotions of a senior night. Now, I mean, I know that families and the young ladies and the young men who are playing their last home ball, it's an emotional night for them. But as a coach, talk to me about a little bit from that perspective.
Well, I'm going to tell you, you know, senior night is very emotional for a coach because these children are your own. You've been with them for 4 years. You've been with them 3 nights a week. You've been responsible for them for 4 years. You've helped shape them. And it's always sad to see them leave, but it's also awesome to see what they've blossomed into and to see what they will become. And, you know, and I look back and I see a lot of my kids that have graduated and they come back and they thank me and stuff like that. But, you know, it's just a rite of passage. It's something that you go through, and, you know, it's a big part of your life.
And having known you for a couple years, you really create some of these lifelong relationships. Tisdale's three is up, no good. But, you know, talk to me a little about the relationships you build with these kids who you see, you know, you've had 10, 15 years down the road.
Well, it's a lot of respect. I mean, you know, kids come back and they thank you for the things you did, and they're very respectful for what you did.
Etheridge with the deuce. And as predicted, the Stallion faithful are on their feet.
That's what everybody was looking for, including me. 2 great kids. Actually, he played tennis for me, and love to see him do good. But, you know, going back, you know, coaching is, you know, it's not all about the money. It's about the relationships that you build and giving back to the community. And, you know, my 25 years of coaching here at South Columbus, you know, I wouldn't trade for the world. I love every year of it. I mean, it's long and stuff like that, but, you know, after it's all said and done, it's really worth it.
Tisdale driving the lane, throws up an off-balance jumper up, no good. Long pass, hauled in by South Columbus. Still looks to dribble it out. Our final score tonight, Brett, looks to be South Columbus 58, Green City 37. And that is our final here on 89.9 WZCO. A reminder that next week, Brett Burrs and myself, Connie Falk, and the great kids from CCCA will be on the campus of West Columbus as the Vikings to take on the East Columbus Gators. And I do believe next week will be senior night for the Vikings.
Yeah, senior night. And actually, W.T. Edwards has got some really good seniors graduating over there, got a senior-laden team. So, going to be a very emotional night over there at West Columbus, especially with East Columbus coming into town.
Again, we had a chance to talk to Brian Edwards. Want to give a shout-out to his Lumberton team. Really, setting the scene on fire out there in that county. And I talked to him tonight. He said the school record for wins in a season is 21. And with just a few ball games left to go, they've got 19. So he's really excited about the future of that Lumberton basketball program.
Yeah, he's got their kids to buy into that program and believe in him. And Brian Edwards loves his basketball players, and he'll do anything for them, take his shirt off his back and give it to them. And they've bought into his methods over there. And look for Lumberton to be a powerhouse. You're 4A, and you played on Pinecrest for the #1 spot. The other night you came up a little short, but you go from being in the cellar, from coming up and vying for the top spot. So you can't ask for anything more for the Pirates of Lumberton.
So I'm going to give you a spotlight here, Brett.
Okay.
Next week, Friday night, Valentine's Day. I mean, this is your chance to really spoil Indiana, Piper, and Sean. Tell us a little bit what the Doctors got planned.
You know what? I hadn't put that into play yet. I've been gone for 3 days going to the convention at Beta Club. But, I love my kids. I love my wife and my girls. And, we're just – and I love family atmosphere. And, and I put a lot of sports behind me and stuff like that just because I think right now that, family is one of the most important things in my life. I'd much rather be laying with them watching a movie instead of doing anything else. And I never thought I would say that in my life, but just that settling down and just trying to cherish the moments that you do have. I know that they're going to grow up and get old fast, and I'm just trying to have them where they are and just love on them as much as possible. And hopefully one day they're going to be productive kids. I hope to watch them run up and down this basketball court or do whatever. If they don't want to do that, that's fine. I give my kids opportunities to do what they want to do, and half of them, my little ones, don't like to wear shoes, and heck, let them do what they want to do. Let them express themselves. And
absolutely, and I really want to give a shout out to both Sean Burris and Diane Toman. I mean, we couldn't do what we do and run the roads the way we run them without the support of two great women in our lives. And I know you feel just as appreciative as Sean as I do with Diane. I mean, there's some fantastic women who really, like I said, we couldn't be us without the support of those two great ladies.
Well, I'm going to tell you, being the wife of a coach or the wife of somebody that deals directly with high school sports, it's tough because, your significant other is gone a lot, shaping the future. And you have to be a special lady to do that. And it also, Kevin, it may be good for them that we get out of their hair a little bit. So it may, run both ways a little bit.
All right, so Valentine's Day. Bring your favorite Valentine, some chocolate, some roses, and bring it to senior night and join Brett Burrs and I as we wine and dine our wives on senior night on 89.9 WZCO. We look forward to seeing you next week here on the Game of the Week. Thanks to Connie Falk, the great folks at CCCA, and the great folks here at South Columbus who have taken such great care of us the last couple of weeks. We look forward to seeing you next week on 89.9 WZCO.
Losing with dignity.
It is about making my high school games
It's a good memory that I can enjoy